Okay. For public input?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Special Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of March 26. And my name is Ben Martman. I'm the Area Director for the North Oyster Diamond, Area H. And I'll be the chair today. And I'd like to make a land acknowledgement. I would like to recognize that the CVRD is on the unceded territories of the Quatsin, Malahat, Sabasit, Halalt, Penelakut, Staminas, Liaxin, Cowichan, Didadat, and Pachidat nations, whose people have walked gently here for thousands of years. I'd just like to recognize if we have any alternates or who's online today. So I see Director Wilson online and Director Acton online, and I see no alternates today, so welcome everybody. If you have any electronics, if you want to put them on mute or vibrate or even turn them off, that would be great. Thank you. And with that, I would call our meeting to order. And before we get going, I just wanted to comment about sort of the amount of material we've been dealing with this week. And somehow in my head, I got this was pretty meaty. And so I thought of the old joke of how do you eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time. So with that, I want to cite the team, which is set the table. So grab your Hochland and your Qualtson, your knife and fork, and we'll start. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. We received one piece of correspondence by deadline with the correspondence policy attached and republished to the agenda. So if we could please get the agenda be approved as circulated with that correspondence.
I have a mover and a seconder. And all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. We'll move to public input period. The public input period is to offer the public an opportunity to comment on an agenda item before the committee considers the item. The public input period procedure policy allows for an allotment of 15 minutes where the speaker is welcome to comment on any items on the agenda up to a maximum of 3 minutes. This excludes items that are or have been subject to a public hearing. Input from the community is valued and appreciated. We request that input is presented in a friendly and respectful manner. Your cooperation in maintaining a safe, respectful, and orderly environment is greatly appreciated.
And just before we go there, I've got two directors with their hands up, so just want to quickly check what's going on. Director Wilson, looks like you double dipped on that one, so will you go first? Oh, you're muted.
I can hear you, Director Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
I can.
And we can hear you too, Director Wilson.
Okay, thank you. I had an agenda problem there, and you already passed it, and you couldn't hear me. That's not my fault.
Okay. State your concern, please.
I would like I don't approve the agenda as issued, and I can go into those reasons if I don't get point of order called on me.
Well, we'll watch for those. Go ahead.
Thank you. This agenda is far too long. It's to the point of overwhelming, and we have not had enough time to consider the broad implications, the overreaching public problems that will come if it is approved. I know it's only first reading. I know there's other chances, but I would like to see this agenda changed. And I didn't have time to pull it up with the number, but I'm talking about the CZB with all its pages and all the objections that have been forwarded by various ways. I
So,
would
Director
therefore
Wilson,
like to-
yeah, I do hear.
Therefore, okay, that's
yeah,
my point.
I know, I do hear you. I think we need to get into the agenda, and if this the will of this committee, we will refer this to another time. But without the agenda being approved, we can't even make that discussion. So,
Okay,
your point's
fine. I just
noted,
like to
though.
make sure that my objections are heard.
Your objection is duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Director Acton, sorry for missing your hand there.
That's okay. I had my hand up for 2 reasons. One was to help Director Wilson, and now he's heard. The other one, because I could hear him on my end, but anyway, and the other reason why I had my hand up was the comment about receiving one piece of correspondence. My mailbox was pretty full this morning, so I just wanted to understand, or at least let the public know that we did get a bunch of emails, and how do those, will those be added to the agenda, or do we just make note that they were received in our inbox, but maybe not on time to make the agenda?
Thank you. And I'll turn to Ms. Boyd to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors. Yes, we received a number of correspondence items pertaining to today's agenda item, the CZB. Per the policy of correspondence, one was received in time and the agenda was republished. The additional correspondence that's been received overnight was to be held until the decision of today, either a public hearing or not, per the recommendation, or where we go after today's meeting. And it will be either packaged for the public hearing and all available there. The directors will receive it there, or we would acknowledge otherwise, if there is no public hearing, we will also package it as well and send it to the directors for second, third reading and so forth. So it's not all a one-shot deal today. There's plenty of time to provide input and changes to the agenda as per the directors here.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
I don't accept this at all. There is a huge amount of public interest in this, holding this back because a deadline was not met because of the time that we've had from Friday afternoon to receive this and for the public to get there in. It's unfair to hold it back. I think
Right.
I've sent a whole bunch and I need that out there.
Yeah. So just to be clear, it's not being held back. What it is
I agree.
that
It's being held back, it's being delayed, and that's not good.
no. Let me finish, please. It's not being held back. The material that makes it onto our meeting material is deadline is 24 hours prior, and we've set that as a policy or a procedure. And the important piece is that nothing will be lost that was sent in the last 24 hours. And that information will either be delivered to us in a board package, which is published, or it would be given to us through a public hearing process if we went to a public hearing process. But we aren't even close to those things right now. We haven't even got to first reading, which is what this meeting is about today, is this material ready? Do we have all our questions answered to be able to move this to first reading? So just to assure you, the emails and any correspondence received has been duly noted, and we will be distributed through the right channels. I want to also note that we've had a lot of information, which is great. I want to thank the public for that. I think their interest in this is really perfect. But I also want to make sure that we don't lose that. We need to have a short conversation at the end of this meeting, in my opinion, that will talk about how we best process it so we're consistent. Because if we send information in, or public sends information in through a variety of channels, it just creates a ton of work. We need to have a consistent approach, and we do have it. It's written in our procedure manual. So we'll go over that at the end, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And it'll be,
Mr. Chair, with all due respect,
Yep.
I would like to lodge a complaint, or my strongest objections to this. Maybe it's not being held back, but it is not being brought forward in a timely manner. We cannot keep going to the public and saying, oh, here it is. Here's 500 pages. I'd like your objections, please, by Tuesday. That's not fair, it's not right, and it's certainly not in the public interest.
So Director Wilson, duly noted. I will also point out we haven't gone to first reading, and first reading is a real draft that we actually put out to the public. So this is actually prior. We haven't gone to first reading yet. So until we get there, I don't want to get into a debate with it, but you're duly noted. I hear what you're saying, and I think I hear your passion. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Director Abbott. We haven't even got to public hearing.
Well, it's
Or
on that
public input, rather.
It's on that matter,
Yeah.
Chair. I wanted to it's a nuance.
Yeah.
A hardworking gentleman, had to leave the gallery, and he probably intended to make public input. And I'm wondering whether the legislative staff could read what he had in front of him as part of public input.
Yeah, and that will happen.
Thank
So.
you. Thank you.
With that, I don't see any other hands up. I will welcome Director McClinton. Thank you for joining us. And with that, I'll turn to Ms. Boyd to read the preamble for public input.
Thank you, Chair.
Not that one, but the preamble for it.
Public
Yes.
input period?
Yes. Oh, you read it? Okay. I got sidetracked. Thank you. Okay. So we would start with the reading, and then we'll go to gallery. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I'm reading this thank you, Director Abbott, on behalf of L. Gilbert. I live in the Cowichan Valley. I'm here because I care about this community and I want to keep that's already working. A lot of people here grow their own food, have small farm stands, keep a few chickens, and try to be a bit more self-sufficient. We're not big operations. We are just regular people trying to live a bit healthier and rely less on big supply chains. That's part of what makes this area great. I'm not against reasonable rules. Basic health and safety makes sense. But this feels like trying to fix problems that haven't really been shown to exist while making things harder for people who are already being responsible. Having a few chickens, growing food, or selling extra produce from your property is not causing chaos. It helps families with costs and helps make a community more resilient. Blanket restrictions don't really stop bad actors. They mostly affect normal people who are already doing things properly. A better approach would be reasonable limits based on property size and stepping in only when there is an actual complaint or real problem. The same goes for building rules. Many of us have shops, small outbuildings, or want to add practical space like small office or workshop. It shouldn't feel overly complicated to make normal, low-impacted improvements to property we already own. People aren't trying to build huge developments out here. They just want reasonable use of their own land without necessary barriers. A lot of people most affected by these changes don't have that flexibility, especially when the meetings are held during work hours. It's hard not to feel like if this meeting were at a more accessible time, you would be hearing a lot more concern from the community. People are frustrated. At the same time, we are dealing with very real and visible issues in our community like homelessness, addiction, and public safety concerns. From a resident's perspective, it's difficult to understand why people growing food responsibly or using their property reasonably feels like a higher priority. This community already has a strong culture of people producing food responsibly and supporting each other locally. That's a positive thing, and it should be supported, not made harder. Please base regulation on real problems, not hypothetical ones. Good policy should fix real issues, not create new ones for people who are already doing things right. Thank you, L. Gilbert. So this was received, Mr. Gilbert had dropped this off this morning. He was going to provide it at public input period, and I have just received it. And if there's anyone in the gallery.
Thank you. If anybody in the gallery would like to have public input, please come to the mic, state who you are and where you're from. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Susan Kaufman, and I'm from Satlam. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am once again very disheartened, much like the OCP. When it was before you, there has been a concerted online effort to derail the comprehensive zoning bylaw and to share with people that this process is being rushed. It's not. It is following, and just like the OCP, a natural path of progression. The public has, at the OCP, it was backyard burning And what was the other item that got everybody? Tree bylaw, thank you. This time, it's backyard chickens and fence height, and threats of fines up to $50,000 per day, compounding. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. The other item that was out there was about the APCs, that these are members of our community that have worked diligently with CVRD staff to give our perspective on the draft documents as they've been coming forward. We are not a secret society. Nothing is being done in secret. An online publication said a few weeks ago the CVRD quietly released a 321-page draft document titled Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw number 4710. It landed on the CVRD website on March 16th, and the publication goes on to say that the APCs had advance notice of this like weeks ago. I am here to tell you that on March 3rd, as an APC member, I received a group email, as did the rest of the APCs, for a save the date of March 31st, when the CZB will be presented to the APCs as a whole. On Tuesday, March 24th, the APCs in a group email received the invite for the March 31st group meeting with staff. We did not know that at least I did not know that the CZB came to the website on March 16th. But I did find it, and we have been working on it, personally, going over it so that we can do our due diligence to be informed when it comes to the 31st. This is, sorry.
You're coming to your time. So
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I just encourage you to keep going with this process. The community will have their opportunity, and there's things in it that I would like to see different or have questions about it, and the public will have the same. It's not being rushed through. This is a draft bylaw, and you are here with open minds to hear it. I just encourage you to pass it. And I'm not going to stay for the discussions. I've got grandchildren visiting from out of town, so I'm going to go home, but I'll watch it at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else in the gallery or online that wants to say a few words about public input? If you come to the podium, state your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Have I got it? Good. Good morning, directors. My name is Joyce Benson. We live on Drinkwater Road in North Cowichan, and we also own acreage in Cowichan Bay. And just listening to Ms. Hoffman talking about it being on track as far as timing, it's one thing to be involved in the process and in a planning committee to know what's happening and your timing and your scheduling and being able to look into the information. It's quite different. I learned about this last night. So it's quite different when we're in the community, being busy, taking care of our families and our businesses, just day-to-day everything to try and keep up with what our local government's doing. There are some very serious concerns in that letter that you just read. I didn't quite catch the name, was excellent and spot on. My very real concern is the fact that this is an example, as the OCP was being rushed through, it's extreme amount of information, like it's almost like it's I don't know, build a case or something. But anyway, I believe that this is a form of overreach and over-control by local government that really infringes on people's rights as property owners and citizens of our communities. And and to threaten these extreme fines as a possibility and feel that anybody wanting to do anything can't turn this way or that without having to go through this rigorous process. We already know that it takes far too long to get approvals and permits in this region. Not only did I sell concrete for Surespan for 11 years, I was then on council at North Cowichan because I sold concrete for Surespan for 11 years, and I saw how difficult government makes getting anything done. And the reputation of lack of cooperation, helping, supporting, moving things forward is very costly, and too many things that are really good, well-planned projects or people's plans and hopes for their own properties and lands never even happen. The stress, the costs, and the times lost, the years lost, is already extreme. And this type of overreach and over-control emphasizes that, and also the fact that it is tucked in this other information. It requires a public hearing. It requires timely presented information. But I believe that you need better oversight over what you're actually proposing. And you need input from the community, absolutely. This will change our lives. If you haven't recognized how difficult BC is at this time for us, for our future generations, our children and their children, right now, we're having really, really difficult times for things to get done and move forward. And having local government impose without input and wasting a lot of time and money, it just really feels very extreme and unfair. And by the way, I'm only 5th generation Cowichan Valley. My great-great-grandfather designed Beacon Hill Park. His farm was all of Menzies Road. I'm just saying I have deep roots, and I really do care about what's happening today and particularly in the future for our children and their futures. And our properties, our lands, our farms, that's our livelihood. Where's food security? I just learned yesterday that there's going to be possibly cannabis grown on the Dinsdale farm. What does that do for food security? Look into that one.
Yeah, okay. And
Thank you very much.
I hear the passion, and
yeah,
thank you very much.
Well, do what's
for your words.
important. Do not create this other monster. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. We still have a bit of time if anybody else would like to come and say a few words. Seeing none. Do you see anybody else? Okay. And if you want to do them, yes, thank you. Turn the mic off. Ms. Boyd, move us forward.
Thank you, Chair. So we did have the one correspondence from Ms. Smith, and then for information, and we'll move to reports, the comprehensive zoning bylaw.
And I believe we have a series of presentations, perhaps. Maybe just for the record, because I know a lot of people maybe watch this, so if you don't mind just stating your name and your position within the CVRD.
For sure. My name is Lauren Wright. I'm a planning coordinator with the Community Planning Division, and presenting with me today will be Bev Suderman, who works in the Community Planning Division as a Casual Planner 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hello, and thank you for this opportunity to be here today. You took my second line out of my presentation of introducing ourselves there. So we're pleased to be here today to present the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the electoral areas, or the CZB as we will call it throughout the presentation. This document represents significant work to harmonize, modernize, and consolidate 9 existing electoral area zoning bylaws into a single zoning bylaw, which will be applicable to all electoral areas. Today, we'll walk through the structure and key components of the proposed CZB and answer questions from the committee. So we also recognize that this is a substantial document to review. Our goal today is to walk you through it in a clear and practical way to help build understanding of both the content and how it applies on the ground. So our agenda is organized into 4 parts. We'll begin with a brief introduction to the background and process. The majority of the meeting will focus on the walking through of the CZB sections. For each section, we'll highlight key details and pause for questions. So questions are built into this process. And we will also end with an overview of the upcoming engagement process and moving the bylaw forward in the timeline for further consideration. Oh, sorry. Usually it's the other buttons we use. So, zoning bylaws are enabled through the Local Government Act and establish the rules that govern how land can be used and developed within the electoral areas of the CVRD. Every parcel of land is assigned a zone, from parks and farms and to residential and industrial uses. Zoning is important because it provides a clear and consistent framework for how communities grow. It helps to ensure development is compatible with surrounding uses, supports infrastructure and servicing capacity, protects environmental and agricultural lands, and provides certainty for residents, landowners, and developers. Together, these zones guide growth in an orderly way and help minimize conflicts between different land uses. So the scope of the project included updating zoning across all electoral areas to ensure it is aligned with the 2025 official community plan and current provincial regulations. This work also provides an opportunity to improve regulatory consistency across electoral areas. Historically, each electoral area had its own zoning bylaw. Area A and C do share a zoning bylaw. These zoning bylaws have been updated on different timelines, some originally adopted in the 1980s. Over time, amendments have been added on an ad hoc basis, which has resulted in numerous challenges, including outdated or inconsistent regulations, increased reliance on site-specific zones, and inequities between electoral areas. The CZB responds to these challenges by creating a consistent and modern regulatory framework that reflects both current conditions and implements the policies set out in the OCP. So there are two phases of this project in accordance with the project charter. Phase 1, which is the current phase, focuses on harmonizing and modernizing existing zoning bylaws into one comprehensive zoning bylaw applicable to all the electoral areas. Phase 1 does not include marine areas. As part of this work, several standalone bylaws, which include mobile home parks, off-street parking, signs, and campsite standards, are being consolidated into the CZB and will be recommended to be repealed upon potential adoption of the CZB. So bringing these bylaws into the CZB helps streamline the regulatory framework, remove outdated requirements, and creates a single, more user-friendly bylaw that is easier to navigate for both public and the staff. During Phase 1, portions of existing zoning bylaws that regulate marine areas will be maintained to ensure continuity. To support this, upland zoning will be removed from the South Cowichan zoning bylaw, the Area G zoning bylaw, and the Area H zoning bylaw. The Area D marine zoning bylaw will remain in its entirety and is untouched, meaning if these bylaws will proceed how the CZB proceeds. So Director Martman and I were discussing this before. There might be some confusion. If the CZB is at first reading, these zoning bylaws will be at first reading. If the CZB only makes it to third reading, the other bylaws get abandoned, if that's where we stop the process, to be clear. So Phase 2 will address marine zoning. This work is dependent on the release of the province's coastal marine strategy and subsequent updates to the OCP. So a separate project scope and engagement plan will be required at the time this phase is ready to proceed. So the CZP process included reviewing the details of existing zoning bylaws with the following objectives. The first is harmonization, which included reviewing and comparing the 9 existing zoning bylaws to identify commonalities and consolidate them into consistent regulations. The second is modernization, to align the zoning with OCP policy direction. Thank you. Updated provincial regulations and current community needs. And the third is simplification, creating a bylaw that's more user-friendly, clear, and easier to administer. The result is a single bylaw that implements the OCP and is more consistent, easier to interpret, and more efficient to administer for both applicants and staff. This work has been underway, new slide. This work has been underway for numerous years. In 2022 and so I'm not going back to date, but this actually originates in 2018. But between 2022 to 2024, the detailed harmonization and modernization work, including review and comparison of existing bylaws, legislative updates and precedent analysis, and the integration of OCP policy was the focus of the CZB work. Between 2024 to 2026 now was the drafting and engagement. More engagement is to come, but engagement so far has included farmers market pop-up events, online surveys, meetings with stakeholder groups such as the agricultural community, and APC input on the first half of the CZB. In 2025, late 2025, we saw the adoption of the OCP, which established a unified policy framework to guide the CZB. This feedback the feedback from the OCP has directly informed the proposed bylaw being presented today. So as we begin, this is a reminder that the CZB can still be refined. We're looking for input to help identify any gaps, questions, or areas that may need further refinement as the bylaw moves forward. It's also important to note that through the adoption of the CZB, existing lawful buildings and uses established under current and past zoning will continue to be permitted. That means that if a building was built in 1995 with the appropriate permits and with the setbacks of 1995 that may be further reduced now, that building is considered legal non-conforming and can be maintained as it is. So only if that building wanted to further expand or something like that would it be subject to the new regulations if redevelopment is proposed. So the scope of the project did not include legalizing existing non-conforming uses. So that means if a use was not built with a permit, it didn't involve looking from property to property to see how the zoning bylaw could legalize that. However, in 3 instances, zoning of certain parcels has been changed in the CZB to avoid perpetuating non-conforming situations and reflect established use patterns. So I will review those 3 now. So the first is the Old Hillcrest Chinese Cemetery, which is located at 6119 Payne Road and is designated agriculture in the OCP. And as it's not within the ALR, has been zoned A2 in the CZB. I'll go into the specific zones later, but for the purposes of this, the cemetery use is now recognized through a site-specific zone table in the A2 zone. We'll go over site-specific tables as well. So the second is the Cobble Hill Fairgrounds at 3565 Watson Avenue is designated institutional and has been zoned P2 institutional in the CZB. While the P2 zone permits agriculture, the parcel is included in a site-specific use table to recognize the long-standing equestrian center use. And the third is what the image is on this, so the third is the image that's presented here in Area F. So the image is the arrows are pointing to a logging road that is now owned by Camp Imidine. It is designated forestry and resource in the OCP and has been zoned P2 and R1 residential in the CZB to align with the zoning of the abutting parcels. So the road extends through both the camp property. So the camp is on 2 sides of the road. They have their lakefront property on the north side of South Shore Road. And then this blue on the screen is the other half of their property, which is a separate legal lot, or a couple separate legal lots, on the south side of the property. So the camp is working with the individual property owners of those residential lots that you see to the left there to subdivide and transfer the portions that abut their road. So that parcel line, I wonder if this works. Oh yes, so this parcel line here, over in the left corner, that's the logging road parcel. What Camp Imidine is working with these parcel owners to do is to create parcel lines that at the ends of their properties to further extend their properties. These properties for years and years have had kind of expanded their own uses on them. They have sheds, they have other things on them, and they've kind of used them as their own. So we've taken this process to kind of legalize it, noticing the good intent that Camp Imidine is trying to do, which is holding the entire financial burden of the properties while this process is going through the subdivision and everything else. So these changes to the zones are discretionary and were considered on a case-by-case basis. They're not required as part of the CZB and remain entirely at the discretion of the board. Meaning today, if you do not wish for one or all of them to proceed, this would be one of the opportunities to discuss that. So we're going to move on to the meat and potatoes of why we're here, and that's the review of the CZB. So the CZB is organized into sections that fall into 3 main categories. The first is legal and administration, shown in gray. These are standard provisions that guide how the bylaw is interpreted and applied. They're largely technical in nature and will be reviewed by the legal team, so we're not really focusing on those today. The second is broad regulations. These apply across all parcels in the region and include key requirements that are relevant to every development application. And the third is zone-specific regulations. These align with the zoning map and set out what is permitted on each parcel. any development application must refer to the regulations for the specific zone assigned to that property. So the electoral area zoning maps are included in Schedule A of the CZB bylaw. I shouldn't say bylaw twice there because CZB says bylaw in it. And are a key component of the CZB as they legally identify the zone applied to each parcel. The central part of this process has been reviewing existing zoning and assigning each parcel a CZB zone that aligns with the OCP land use designations. So as we continue to work through the review, the maps will be further refined, and we're asking directors, APCs, and the public to flag any concerns with the proposed zoning or regulations. Feedback will be used to inform further refinements where appropriate. So the interactive online web map, which is available on the CZB Plan Your Cowichan site on the top right-hand corner, allows users to zoom in on individual parcels and compare them side by side with either the existing zoning or the current OCP land use designations or the past OCP land use designation as well. The screenshot here shows the proposed zone on the left side and the corresponding OCP land use designation on the right, meaning our job for mapping was to go through and say, you know, on large lot rural designation, we are applying this zone, and you compare and contrast if that happened on the ground. We hope it has. We've looked at this map for hours. So users can also click on any parcel to open a pop-up with a summary of the parcel that includes the proposed CZB zone and information on the current zoning and OCP designation. Meaning, if you have a question of, oh, my zone, for instance, in this case, on this parcel, the existing zone is A1 and I4. What is it going to be now? Draft CZB zone is now I6, corresponding, I assume, to the I4 zone, and A2. A2, because it's not in the ALR, and so we'll go through that when we go through that portion of the bylaw as well. It also talks about the current land use designation. So in this case, the general industrial portion of the parcel was given the I6 zone in the CZB, corresponding to what that zone currently permits. And then the other designation was agriculture, so the A2 zone was applied. And so for this section, are there any questions?
So take a breath. This is the beginning. Any questions looking online? We have Director Wilson, you're first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And you just get my notes for this side here. You know, I'm fully aware of the huge amount of work that has gone into all this important endeavour, and I'm also fully aware, as we all are, that any government, you know, any government can never ever satisfy 100% of the population, regardless. And I'm pleased to hear that Ms. Wright said that the CZB can be refined, and that's a good thing, right? I have a couple of things here. First of all, and I'm not sure if this is the place here, on 5.1 on the recommendations there, it's asking that a public hearing not be held, and yet in 5.3 it says that a summary input should include the public. So where would the public input come from if there is no public hearing? And what's the reason for not having a public hearing here?
I think I'm just looking around the table. This is probably a good time to have that discussion, or we can wait to the end of the meeting too. So I'm just looking for Ms. Wright, if you want to have a response to that, and we'll see where we go with it, because it could end up. We could discuss it at the end of the meeting as well, Director Wilson. But we'll just see where it lands.
Thank you.
So I'll answer the first part and then the second part, the second part and then the first. The second part of Director Wilson's question was, where are we receiving public input? Public input, there will be a process through the open houses. We are going to have open the CZB Plan Your Cowichan website to receive information. We're going to open kind of an ad hoc or unstructured survey. So it will ask, do you have input on residential zones? So it'll be very It'll be more broad. It won't be asking specific questions, but it'll lead people down the path of where they want to comment, if they want to do that, or maybe people will just comment in one section. So that's where public input and comments will be received, and we will summarize that and present it when we come back for second reading. The timeline to answer the second part, or the first part, which is around public hearing. So that is a slide at the very end of this presentation. We can have a brief discussion about it now. So what I would like to say on that is we have a timeline slide at the end of the presentation, and a public hearing, to broadly talk about it now, is not required where a zoning bylaw is consistent with the OCP. So the zoning bylaw, the CZB, has been developed to implement the policy direction of the OCP. The zones are aligned with the OCP designations and associated policies. So the OCP itself was subjected to a 5-year-long comprehensive engagement process and a public hearing where the land use, density, and growth management were established through public input. The CZB translates that adopted policy, the adopted policy framework, into zoning regulations that will guide how development occurs on a parcel-by-parcel basis. So the CZB does not introduce any new land use direction. It rather implements the OCP that was recently adopted. And it also meets the conditions under the Local Government Act to proceed without a public hearing. I'd also like to note that the current area South Cowichan zoning bylaw did not have a public hearing and went through the same process. The bylaw was developed to implement the OCP, meaning that was not required. What we are doing, or what we are proposing, is to have these open houses to speak to the public one-on-one about any kind of concerns and really try to address misinformation, which may or may not be apparent right now or available online right now, as well as just kind of teach the public how to use a zoning bylaw. I think when I'm watching loosely the public comments appearing online, you can't just read one section of a zoning bylaw and have a comprehensive overview of how it works. Good example in this case that we can touch on a bit later is chickens. People may not recognize that the backyard chicken and hen regulation applies to residential zones, not agricultural zones, not zones that permit agriculture. But that part is being missed in the messaging and also being missed in just the understanding of how a zoning bylaw works. Through these public engagement processes, we're hoping that we can speak to the public and kind of address misinformation like that. So that's my short answer for public hearing right now.
Thank you. And Director Wilson, do you have a follow-up, or because I think
could, please, and I know there's a lot of other
thank you. And just to summarize, I think this conversation about public hearing is planned to be at the end of the presentation. So okay.
Yeah. Could I address then one of the things that Ms. Wright said about the Cobble Hill Fairgrounds and the zoning there, P1 and P2, Ms. Wright? Could you just remind me what that new zoning would be? Is it P1, P2?
Through the chair, I believe it's P2 institutional, which permits agriculture but would not permit an equestrian center.
Okay, and here's my problem here, and going forward there. And this is from my APC chair, which says, Mike, the Cobble Hill Fairgrounds are zone P1 and P2, which does not permit agriculture, which theoretically means that no large animals or anything that is not a hen can be on the fairgrounds. The 4-H comes with cows and sheep and llamas and everything every year to the Cobble Hill Fair. Are we now looking at something that would not be allowed after 117 years?
Hang on a second. We have Ms. Suderman coming to the mic.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Director Wilson. I was facilitating the APC meeting for that particular discussion, so I just wanted to step up and say that the APC brought that issue to our attention at that time. We looked at it, and that is why we've added the equestrian center. As far as I am aware, based on the APC input of the time, the zoning that will now apply to the Cobble Hill Fairgrounds will cover all of the uses at the fairgrounds fairgrounds. Agriculture, because of all the agricultural display barns, and also the equestrian area where they do the show jumping and all that kind of stuff, which is directly across from the hall. So that use will now be permitted, as well as all the other related uses that the Cobble Hill Hall and the fairgrounds need. Thank you.
Good. And that would include all the large animals, the small animals, the furry ones, and everything else that comes forward every year. Is that correct?
Correct. And the vacuuming of cows before the show.
All right. I've got further, but I yield the floor.
Thanks, Director Wilson. And we have Ms. Cheroff, if you want to just say your role in the CVRD as well. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm the General Manager of Land Use Services and was trained as a planner. And so I empathize with Ms. Wright at the moment. It's a lot of information. But I wanted to speak to the public hearing issue, and I know we'll probably talk a bit more about that later. But the rationale for proposing the path that has been proposed is that the public hearing framework or legislation that exists for public hearings is very prescriptive and rules-based, and it's honestly a bit adversarial and antiquated. And so what it doesn't allow is for sort of a continued dialogue through the bylaw process, where I think a situation arose yesterday where a bylaw was considered for adoption, and the board chose to refer that to the next meeting based on receipt of new information. Had you had a public hearing in that case, you would not have been able to consider that information. So that is the benefit, that you can continue to make amendments to the bylaw without being restricted by the public hearing rules. Yeah, and the other key piece is that if there is to be a public hearing, because of the public hearing rules and ability to receive new information, we would be looking at holding in-stream applications in abeyance during the period of following the public hearing to the period to the adoption of the bylaw. And that could be 30 to 60 days because the Ministry of Transportation and Transit needs to sign the bylaw. So there's a practical sort of reason there as well. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And I'm just looking, so we've got a bit of a speakers list, so just so everybody knows, we have Director Acton is next, and then the people in the room, and then Director McClinton after that. So Director Acton.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Just for clarity, Ms. Wright, when you were giving your presentation, you said that one section would be reviewed by legal, and I missed what that was, please.
Thank you. So that's the first section of the bylaw. It's called administration. So that is the section that, well, the entire bylaw will be reviewed by a lawyer. However, that is generally one of those, it's formed on legal requirements, meaning it's not really up for changes, for many changes, some of them. But that's the answer to the question. Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Director Acton?
Thank you. Can you expand then? Actually, I'm sorry. I'm struggling with this one. I guess how does legal it makes me think, so will legal look at this bylaw in a way so that it actually has some legal strength? So we've experienced times when the bylaw ends up going all the way to legal and our bylaw was not written well. So will legal look at this whole, the whole CZB so that we can have a really good, strong bylaw that's enforceable?
Ms. Wright?
So through the chair, the bylaw was developed trying to use the most simple language as possible to start with. So with that more simple language, it means that I'm hoping it is written in a way where you can clearly tell if something is allowed or not more clearly. Some of our current bylaws, sometimes I have to wonder, like it takes me a while to figure out. I'm hoping that those areas of confusion no longer exist. But to answer the question directly is yes, that the legal review, their entire purpose is to, and we use lawyers that are land use, their profession is land use bylaws and associated associated topics that come with that. But yes, they're supposed to make it so that ensure that the bylaw is legally enforceable.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Acton? Okay. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wright, so much for walking us through step by step. So we just looked at an example of the Cobble Hill Fairgrounds where we're bringing it fully into compliance, making sure that all the uses that it's been doing for a long time are allowed. I'm just wondering where, with this, we're consolidating a lot of zones, making it more simple, but are there any properties that you've identified that end up with a reduction in uses, and will we be guided through that if those exist?
So through the chair, we didn't approach it through that lens because we applied zoning based on the OCP designation. So through the OCP process, the designations may have changed. So for instance, on the mapping in an area, you could see a change that from a current agricultural zone to now maybe it turning into large lot rural. Things like that. So we have not gone through section by section of kind of upzoning and downzoning, only because it's kind of it's not the way you want to look at it. It's the community has decided where they want growth to occur and where they don't. And so in a large lot rural case, for instance, that generally abuts agriculture, well, funny, if you look at those two zones, they basically permit the same thing. Large lot rural does permit agriculture. It's just the subdivision sizes are basically the main difference of the zones. So we haven't looked at it quite that way. I would recommend more looking at it from what changed through OCP designation. I think Bev wants
to that, please? So one part of our analysis did involve, in the development of the zones themselves, comparing all the existing zones that would fall into that category and then generating the zones in such a way that they were in compliance with OCP policy, but also where there were contradictions between the different bylaws or the different zones, that we tended to err on the side of the more generous.
Thank you. Sorry, if I...
Go ahead. Yep. Yeah.
I turned myself off. In the presentation, we're also going to talk you through CD zone and site-specific use tables, which also addressed some of those potential uses that may not have followed through in the CZEBI.
And we are just beginning at the tip of the iceberg, so to say. So yeah, if we can keep the focused on this part of it, and then we'll get into the really meat of this whole bylaw. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Thanks. This is great to see. I think it would be really helpful for me and probably for others if we had the discussion about the process for receiving input from the public and how we're responding to that and what it looks like. So I sort of generally, but I would like to know specifically how you've handled the input that's being sent to zoning at cvrd.bc.ca up to now, and how it should happen going forward, and how we can make sure that that's a transparent process.
So if I wouldn't mind, once again, I'm going to, that's, the engagement process is one of the very last slides. So but.
I think I know where you're going. Yeah. Are you talking about the process piece because of the tracking and how do they track information?
So there's a lot of real detail here.
Oh, sorry, your mic's not on. Sorry, we're a bunch back. Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm not interested in talking about the issue of whether we have a public hearing or not, but I am, because there's lots of detail, I need to understand how much I should bother getting into detail now, or how the process of what people have sent me will be addressed and how I can make sure it's addressed. And so I need to know that before I start thinking about details.
No, fair enough. Yeah. I think, I don't know if we want just to hit it.
I think,
yeah.
Sure, of course. So public input, from what I've noticed so far, has been mainly online through Facebook pages and to the directors. I have received, personally as the person doing this bylaw, I've received 2 phone calls and maybe 2 emails, meaning the public's not reaching out to me, they're reaching out to directors and...
Your point is? Oh, sorry, let me give your, sorry. You need to push the button there, Ian, thanks. Thanks, Director Morrison?
So, as you've laid out, there's a process. My point is that there's a process. We don't know all what's going to be presented.
Right.
So my point is that instead of us rearranging staff's presentation, we should be listening to the presentation and then doing questions at the end. I have a whole bunch of things I want to ask too, but I'm not going to insert myself in and say my stuff is more important now.
Right. I think, very good point. But I would like staff just to clarify, we will talk about this more, but just clarify that as input is received, that there is a process to receive it, to track it, to make reference to it, about if there's a change made or a change not made to it. Is that all intact?
Well, it's being created. So to answer your question, because we haven't received that much, so it's being created. Yeah. So, for instance, on the at the last time I presented the public the project charter, as an attachment to that report was the APC comments received and how the CZB responded to that. We are making a table quite like that, that will take public comments in the same way. So at the next time you see us here, we will have public summary of the public engagement comments, the ones that were received and how it was addressed. Probably not in terms of the public comments on a line-by-line basis as the APC went. It'll be more, because many of the comments are essentially going to be the same. You'll receive all the comments that we have received. However, we will provide the summary in a different summary report of how it was addressed.
Yeah, and then the second part, I think, to it that I just want to be clear before we move on is how much detail do you expect from us today? Like, how much do you want us to drill down before we get into those home plates and chickens and fence heights and...
So you can drill down into any of the fence heights and all that today. This is an opportunity to do so, and I do welcome the conversation at any time on any of that. The CZB is up for consideration of recommendation of first reading to the board. So this would be one opportunity of a few to have those conversations on specifics like that. Also, the other part of Director Nicholson's question is, how does the public engage? Well, through on the CZB Plan Your Cowichan website, there is an email, and it is zoning@cvrd.bc.ca. That, as well as the survey that will be available on that website as well when the public open house process starts, will be the ways for the public to communicate with the CZB team, and we will receive feedback and respond appropriately to people at that time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And so, Director Abbott, Director Nicholson, did you have a follow-up, or did you go ahead? Oh, hang on a second. Sorry.
So, based on your comment at the beginning that we need to feel that this is ready to be moving forward at this time. So you're getting a lot of input. I know there are a few mistakes and things on mapping and so forth. When are those changes going to be made so that, is there going to be sort of a revision process at the same time that this is all happening, or is there going to be a specific time that you're going to revise and represent it, or?
No, it's a great question. So when mapping changes are brought to our attention and that the OCP designation is not matching with the CZB zone, those would be changed then, and we'd make a list of the changes and those would be presented. If it's spelling errors, the first time the APC said, they said, oh, a comma, or you erased the word and, that's changed instantly when we get them. We wouldn't necessarily note all of those, little ones, but there will be a list for your review when we come back after that of the substantial changes like mapping, we go PID by PID and say this was added to this one or something like that. But it will be after we ourselves have the public engagement summary that we look at it and we go, okay, so what is the public saying in these cases? And that's when we're going to make not major changes, that's when we're going to change more broad regulations and things like that.
Okay, so that would happen before we would contemplate a public hearing or whatever.
Yeah, and we'll
That's
get
right.
into that at the end of the, yeah.
Got it.
Thanks. Ms. Cheroff.
Thank you, Chair. So if the EASC collectively would like to see any changes prior to the bylaw being advanced to the board for consideration of first reading, then you could make a resolution with a list of requested changes today, and those changes would be incorporated into the draft, and that's the bylaw that would go forward to the board for consideration. Once the bylaw is received first reading, that's the bylaw that will go out to the public for comment and to other stakeholders. And then subsequent to that, if the summary comes back with suggested changes, then you could make further amendments to a bylaw before it's considered for second reading or after second reading, depending on what you choose to do with the public hearing. So there's opportunities to change as you go along.
Thank you for that. So we have Director Abbott, then,
Chair, I
yeah.
was next in the queue before my point of order.
Oh, you got bumped down, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm really going to plead that you stick to a process that we won't be here till 10 o'clock tonight, because I think that if we're all going to ask questions about and jump around throughout this presentation, we won't have a clear idea as to what we're dealing with, and we'll be here all day. If we could hold questions of a general nature to the end, that would be, I think, help us to get through this. And I'm going to restrict, I've got one question as pertains to this, and I'll hold my other questions until later. I have some concerns about moving this forward today when, again, don't want to be so far out in front of our own people that we're mistaken for the enemy. So my question is...
So lead by example then.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Suderman spoke of a side-by-side comparison of previous zones and new zones. Can we have that comparison made available to us, and can it be made public?
That's right.
Thank you. Through the chair, that is, I believe, attachment C. I could be mistaken on the actual attachment letter of the report before you today. So attachment A is the zoning bylaw itself. Attachment B is, I think, Schedule A, and attachment C is the, what zone went where.
Zone concordance.
We call it the zone concordance table. So it is available, that entire thing is available on the Plan Your Cowichan website as well as on your agenda package already.
Okay. Thank you for that. Director Abbott, and then we have McClinton and Wilson. Director Abbott.
Just a clarification, and thank you, Ms. Wright. I'm looking at the maps, and most property owners zero in on their own property right away. The map on the right is the current zoning. The map on the left is the CZB draft, where we're to look for, you had it up on the screen a little while longer. The map on the right is not the OCP?
So it's the OCP designations. You are also able to toggle on, if you scroll to the very bottom of the left, what's the legend, you can see that you can toggle on and off the HOCP designation, so you can see your previous designation, and so you can play with the map. It does take a few minutes, and after that, it becomes a little easier to navigate.
That's my point. If it takes people like us a little while to learn this, it's going to take members of the public a little while longer, possibly.
Are you offering your services?
I'm looking for an opportunity and a window when we could learn more about how to, so that we can answer questions of our residents intelligibly.
Well, we'll see how we go through today, but we may even get an online demonstration that will help.
I wasn't planning an online demonstration. However, if there's a lunch break and we go that long, we could bring up the mapping after, and there could be a quick demonstration. Also, that one of those slides on mapping, the second one, showed when you click on a particular parcel, the box comes up, and that summarizes all those layers as well. It doesn't talk about HOCP. HOCP is a bylaw that it no longer exists. However, sometimes people are curious, and this map was developed when the HOCP was the OCP in effect. So we were using it as well at that time, and so we thought the public, people like to know and kind of go back and think, oh, how did I get here? So, but I recommend that people put in their either PID or their address into it. The map takes you to your lot. You can click on your lot specifically and read the summary box.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Online, we have Director McClinton. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I put my hand down because I think I'm in agreement with Director Morrison. It's probably a good idea to get through the presentation. I do have a couple questions specifically related to agriculture and how that's affected our small use farming on residential lots, but maybe some of those questions will be answered through the presentation. So I'll do that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Director Wilson, before we move on.
Yeah, and good points made by Director Morrison. So very quickly, this is about land use designations here. And there is one of the things that came up, and I just want to pull it up here, just a second here. For instance, on the land use designation on the old and the new on the website, it's pretty much in line there. But if the resident who's contacted me goes to the BC assessments designation, then it's different to what we are designating it here from a previous thing here. So I'm wondering if, for instance, which one takes precedence here? Our road zoning or the BC assessments one, because they are two totally different ones in this particular case, and I'm sure there's others as well.
Yeah, you're right. There are two different ones, Miss Wright.
So, and I am happy that Rob Grant's here. So Rob Grant is our supervisor in GIS. I conferred with him yesterday before responding to a question through a director to the public. Zoning is not based on BC assessment data, and BC assessment data is not based on zoning. They are two independent bodies that may or may not, they don't always match. BC assessment is, used for valuation for tax purposes. Zoning is for what you are and are not permitted to do on the land. Yes, those go hand in hand. Zoning can permit industrial, and your possibly BC assessment tax notice says you're residential. However, you are able to apply through BC assessment for a review. And so if they're not matching like that, that is what we would recommend doing. We don't speak, we as an organization or any local government does not speak to BC assessment in those language and in that capacity of, these lots aren't matching. That is not our role as a local government.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Any follow-up, or can we move on?
Well, I see Ms. Suderman stepping forward, so I'd like to hear what she says there.
Okay.
I apologize, Chair Martman. The situation that I'm most familiar with is where a property will get farm status. That is a status that is assigned by BC assessment. Farm status can be received on parcels that are designated forestry and zoned forestry because we permit agriculture in forestry zones. It can be on agricultural lands, both within the ALR and outside of the ALR. It can be on residential properties. If they're producing enough produce to be able to achieve farm status through BC assessment, that is their tax thing. Whether or not we permit it in zoning is a different question altogether. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very complicated situation here. And my last one, and I promised to be quiet until everybody's finished here. Why 6 chickens?
Okay, we're not there yet. We're not quite there. Hold that thought.
I will.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Okay, Miss, we are moving into the second one. Shall we take 5 minutes, just grab a coffee, a water, come back at 1:45, please? Thank you very much, and onward we go. Ms. Suderman.
Thank you very much. And we have our presentation. Yeah. So as mentioned already in the presentation, the zoning bylaw is divided into various parts. And the first part, which we're going to review, is part 3, which is the definitions section. So definitions are at the start of a zoning bylaw and are meant to provide consistent interpretation of terminology used throughout the document. When a person reads a section of the CZB, they must use the definitions to confirm how to interpret the wording. The definitions section was updated in 4 key ways, and I'll speak briefly to each. The first way was to harmonize the existing definitions used in the various electoral area bylaws. Like the example shown here, different bylaws would use a range of terms to define a similar use or element. So animal hospital, veterinary clinic, and veterinary service were all used in the various bylaws. Harmonizing involved reviewing all of the existing definitions and selecting a single term and definition to be used. The second one is streamlining the use definitions. So when existing zoning bylaws were consolidated, so we took all the uses in all of the related zones together and created a single list of uses. That became a very, very long list. As an example on the slide, the list in gray is a long list of potential permitted uses for the park zones that are in the current electoral area zoning bylaws. Many of those are similar and overlapping. The proposed approach captures similar uses within the definitions so that, for example, the definition for public park includes uses like ecological conservation, botanical garden, indoor and outdoor recreation, and so on. In addition, there's a general regulation for uses permitted in all zones, which allows for uses like community gardens, public parks, playgrounds, trails, and associated equipment to be permitted. And these 2 approaches allow the list of permitted uses within the park zone to be much more focused on key uses without having to repeat the full list of permitted uses captured in other parts of the zoning bylaw. Third, a number of new definitions have been brought in as part of the modernization process, and this table shows a few examples. Some uses, like agritourism, are being introduced as part of the CZB so that it aligns with the OCP and provincial regulation like the ALR use regulation. The CZB also defines terms that were in existing zoning bylaws but were not defined, like balcony. Defining these terms allows greater clarity about how things like setbacks or gross floor area are measured. Several new definitions are terms that group together a range of similar permitted uses, supporting the efforts to streamline as described on the previous slide. And some new terms like ditch are introduced to support updated regulations and clarity around topics like watercourse setbacks. The majority of definitions are terms that were contained in existing bylaws, but the CZB process also identified new terms needed to improve consistency and clarity. Finally, the definition section has been organized to group together related terms so they all appear in the same location. In the past, terms like front yard, rear yard, and side yard would all be in different places in the definition section. Grouping them so that it's like yard front, yard rear, yard side, grouping them brings these definitions together so that they can be read and interpreted together. A definitions concordance table is included on Plan Your Cowichan so people can compare existing definitions in the electoral area zoning bylaws with the CZB definitions. Are there any questions about definitions?
I'm not seeing any speakers. I think we're just good. No, actually, I have some, but maybe I'll let people gather their thoughts while I ask a couple of questions. I noticed that there's on page 31 and page 32, and this is in general in attachment A, that it talked about industrial light, and according to the definition, it no longer includes kennels. But this is what was in area H before. And in page 32, the definition includes pet daycare for a kennel now. And so, again, pet daycare was not part of a definition of kennel previously. So my question really is not about that definition being right or wrong. It's about, does this create a non-conforming use because of the way the definitions are? So if a person in Area H had a pet daycare, for example, and now this is now a new zoning definition, will they get grandfathered? And is this creating the kind of legal non-conforming that you are trying to avoid?
Pet daycare is actually a new term. So it was actually not permitted in the bylaws before, if I'm not mistaken. So if there's one in existence, which I know there are, it is non-conforming. But to answer your question is you really need to really look at what parcels on the map, what the zoning is now. So for instance, maybe because light industrial use applies to the light industrial zone, maybe they're designated I2, which is general industrial, which permits that. So it's kind of a site-by-site basis. We'd really need to kind of delve into it lot by lot as opposed to just by definition, because the definition might not match where you think it does now in terms of zoning.
I'm not seeing any other questions on definitions.
Well, then we can continue on towards general regulations. So,
Sorry, I missed Director Acton there. Got in there by a whisper.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you mentioned that there was quite a few, so I was waiting to hear them. But so my question is, maybe we can come back to it, but it's more specific about a definition that I am disagreeing with. So should I talk about that now, or?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So on page 9, under boat lift, the definition uses the word uncovered, but a boat lift is usually covered. So it feels like in the definitions of boat lift and boat shelter, there's some confusion, as like sometimes they're when they're mentioned, they could be the same, but they're actually two different things with two different purposes. And so it's caused some angst amongst the lake community.
if I may, Mr. Chair. So Director Acton, I'm just wondering if you can give us a specific recommendation as how you would like that to be changed.
Well, I thought even just in the definition of boat lift that you remove uncovered so that it could be covered.
We'll certainly look at it. Thank you very much for that feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. And just before it did also prompt me to think of the other one. And could you clarify between the definition of dwelling detached and a detached suite? Because I don't know.
Excellent question. Excellent question. So they look very similar on the ground. They both look like houses, right? So a detached dwelling is not regulated by size for the most part. There are certain zones where we regulate that. A detached suite is limited in its total size.
Okay. Should that be part of the definition then, or?
So that's a very interesting question. Also, Mr. Chair, the best practice in creating comprehensive zone, well, any kind of zoning bylaw actually, is to not mix regulation and definition. So we have the definition of detached suite, and then in the general regulations, we have a section on the specific regulations related to detached suites. And then within each of the zones, we specify those zones that permit a detached suite or do not permit a detached suite.
All right, thank you for that. And we have Ms. Terrell.
And thank you, Chair. Detached or attached suite will generally be a permitted accessory use as opposed to a principal permitted use. So a detached dwelling, more commonly perhaps referred to as a single family dwelling, typically a principal permitted use. But yeah, suites, accessory, yeah.
And Ms. Wright?
If you wouldn't mind, if I could go back to Director Acton's question there about the definition of boat lift. So we have a section that we're going to be talking about in a bit. It's called, the section title is docks. We're not going over definitions. However, what is going to be said in that section is that the dock regulations that are being introduced, and I'll go into it a little more in detail, are based off the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, the provincial general permission for the use of Crown land for private moorage. This also applies through the WSA. They also administer this for lake beds that are owned privately, meaning it applies to kind of Director Acton's question about covered docks or covered boat lifts. So their regulation states that the only improvements authorized to be part of a dock are those improvements necessary for mooring a boat, including non-overhead boat lifts. That means uncovered. Pilings and anchor lines, meaning the provincial regulation does not permit them to be covered. That is why the definition was structured that way. That's so because the provincial general permission overrides local government, that would stand. Mm-hmm. And so simply because there are docks and boat lifts with structures that are there now doesn't mean they were actually ever permitted. Just means enforcement was never taken.
Thank you for that clarification. And Director Acton, since you got sort of included in there, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, so the boat lift is not a wooden structure. So perhaps the provinces have, like, a boat lift is an aluminum structure that has a canopy that's like a fabric that gets removed, and so it's not a boat shelter. So I'm wondering if, like, it sounds like it's made of the same material that people use as a boat cover.
So I would love if, or not love, if you would take this offline, perhaps with staff and sort that through. But I think what we're hearing though are there are provincial regulations that will trump our local government. So work with them. Maybe there's some nuances that we're not understanding.
Yeah,
Thanks. Thank you. Director Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And on the question of definitions here, this is one that I'd meant to bring forward anyway. Food trucks. Food trucks means a truck or trailer which a vendor sells goods, blah, blah, blah. That's the definition in there. If a vendor requires service connections, i.e. power, water, grey water, does it still fall under the following regulations in 414? The concerns that this particular person has here is it is a food truck, but she is semi-permanent in as much as she requires the power and all the rest of it. So is it possible to change this? And it's not possible to move this every day as where the conditions are. It would be impossible. Could we have clarification on that, and B, change that to food vendors or something like that? Because, and I know I'm getting into the weeds here and I can see some people scratching their heads, but
we are not scratching our heads.
Something which needs to be answered. What do we do about the food trucks who can't be moved every day?
Right. There we are. Over to staff.
So, thank you. Food trucks are another one of our topics that we will be covering, so I won't go into it in detail. I do understand the current definition says where no service connections required. There's a fine line between service connections. For instance, some food trucks that currently exist simply connect through a hose that's on the outside of a building. That's provincial legislation. Of what water quality is needed to when you're making food and things like that. We didn't really want to go into that, so we wanted an easier way to permit food trucks for the first time in the CVRD, except for one zone, which we'll also go into in the food truck process, but that is where that came from. It is we could look at the definition more, but I would like to, if you wouldn't mind, Director Wilson, and through the chair, kind of discuss maybe the definition of food truck during the food truck after listening to the food truck portion of the general regulation section.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you very much.
Good, seeing no further speakers online and nobody around the table, we'll move on. Ms. Suderman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The next part of our discussion will be the general regulations. General regulations are overarching regulations that apply across some or all zones and work together with the zone regulations for a specific parcel. They must be consulted for every application. Key updates completed for the general regulations include an expansion of general regulations that are currently only in some electoral area zoning bylaws to apply across the region. For example, if a general regulation was only in the area A and C zoning bylaw, for example, if it's deemed relevant, it will now also apply to the rest of the electoral areas. New general regulations were also added for emerging uses to consistently address items that may not have been permitted or even considered in older bylaws. The following slides provide a brief overview of key general regulations that have been added or updated within the CZB. Turned myself off and didn't move the slide forward. For the sake of coherence in this presentation, we've grouped the general regulations that we're going to discuss thematically rather than in alphabetical order. And the first group that we will consider relate to agricultural zoning. So a general regulation for abattoirs was added to acknowledge this as a permitted use within the ALR use regulation and support this use on appropriate ALR parcels. Also to address the issue of the shortage of abattoirs within our region. The regulation requires abattoirs to be located on ALR lands, accessory to an agricultural permitted use in adherence to all ALR use regulations and licensed by the province of BC. Like for abattoirs, a general regulation for agritourism accommodation has been added to acknowledge this as a permitted use within the ALR use regulation and support this use on appropriate ALR parcels. The regulation focuses this use to ALR properties that are 4 hectares or larger and that have farm status. The regulation requires agritourism accommodation to be accessory to an agricultural principal use, aligning with the intent to support agritourism in the region and limiting potential for people to use the regulation to create short-term rentals or other non-agricultural accommodation uses. The regulation sets the number of permitted units, based on parcel size, including both agritourism cabins and campsites. A home plate general regulation has been added in response to OCP policy and ALC guidance on protecting agricultural lands. The purpose of a home plate regulation is to focus residential uses, including dwellings, suites, and accessory residential uses like garages and utility buildings, to a single home plate on a parcel with the intent of protecting the remainder of the parcel for its principal intended use, which is agriculture. The home plate does not regulate the location of non-residential structures like barns, farm sheds, processing facilities, or other agricultural structures on a property. And the regulation includes home plate sizes and setbacks based on parcel size and location. Another agriculturally focused general regulation is farm retail sales, which is a permitted use within the ALR use regulation. This new general regulation allows farm retail sales on a parcel with farm status and provides regulations on size, location, access requirements, and lighting associated with this use. And so, just to be clear, the image here shows Sweet Meadows, which is a legitimate farm retail sales operation in Area A. We do not want you to confuse farm retail sales with roadside stands. We've added a roadside stand general regulation to regulate this use that has been occurring throughout the region. The regulation requires sales to be limited to goods produced on the parcel, meaning roadside stands cannot be used to sell other goods brought to the parcel from other sites or operations. The regulation also provides requirements for setbacks, maximum area, and signage. And lastly, in this section, we've added a veterinary clinic general regulation as a new regulation introduced to be consistent with the ALR use regulation. It specifically permits veterinary clinic uses on parcels in agricultural zones that are more than 2 hectares in size and have farm status. Do we have any questions on those general regulations related to agriculture?
Looking around the room, Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I'm going to be a little bit awkward here because I did it in order of what was in the thing, so I have to hunt for these things. I was wondering about, we talked about agritourism, right? Mm-hmm. And so why the seasonality of agritourism? It's limited to April to September. Why can't it be all year round if it's someone wants to visit a farm in March?
So agritourism, as it's defined by the Agricultural Land Commission and in the Agricultural Land Reserve Use Regulation, has to be directly associated with a specific agritourism event. And so events tend to happen April through September because of weather, basically.
Right, but we don't necessarily need to limit it if it has to be associated with an event. Is that clear? True?
Yeah, I'd be really interested in talking with some farmers who are offering agritourism accommodations or agritourism. Are we talking about the event or the accommodations? The accommodations, because it would be really interesting to talk with farmers who are offering accommodations at this point that would be legalized by this regulation to see what events their accommodations are associated with.
Okay, and then my other question was around the agritourism cabins. Maybe we haven't covered that yet. Are we going to?
Agritourism accommodations permits a variety of different types of accommodations, everything from tenting on the farm to built cabins.
Right, and so I could, specifically with respect to cabins, I don't understand why they cannot be self-contained, why we have this no washrooms,
There would be washrooms provided, but they would not be linked to the specific accommodation unit. And the primary purpose for that is to prevent those units from becoming short-term rentals or other permanent residences on a farm.
Right, so from my perspective, that limits the potential for higher-end kinds of agritourism because people don't really like to have to go outside to,
To use the outhouse?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if we should be penalizing the whole full spectrum based on what we consider a potential bylaw problem. Okay, so then...
It has been brought to our attention by bylaw enforcement that if we allow fully serviced units, that we will have problems with enforcement.
Back to, what was the thing? Oh, the food stand thing. In my neighborhood, there are people who grow a lot of food, and it often is not, we're on back little side roads. And so there has been like a person who has good access and who has got a food stand of her own, combining, so more than one person's not produced right on that property, but produced in the neighborhood. I think that should be allowed.
Let me just say that our bylaw enforcement is complaint-driven.
I understand that, but why would we set ourselves up for people to break the law if it's not, doesn't make much sense?
Are you suggesting that up to 50% of the product being offered at a roadside stand should originate on the property and the rest of it could come from elsewhere in the neighborhood?
Elsewhere in the neighborhood is the key part. I don't think that they should be buying things from Mexico and selling them, but, you know.
Yeah. I
Speaking
think
as
it would
someone
be,
who
yeah,
can't have
it
a
would be
March-
possible to make
yeah.
that revision for sure.
Okay.
Impossible to enforce, but it's possible to make that revision to the bylaw.
Fine. I'll have to carry
Yep.
on.
You want to?
You might have to come back.
We'll go to Director Wilson, or Ms. Charrow first, and then Director Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Director Nicholson. So the Agricultural Land Commission has various policies on different uses within the ALR, and they I can distribute it to directors for information, but there's specifically Information Bulletin 6 on tourist and agritourism accommodation in the ALR, and it speaks to the issue of sleeping units. So they permit sleeping units in the forms that have been noted, tents, trailers, structures, but they do not want to see kitchens and other facilities apart from, they only allow bedrooms, and the reason for that is, as noted, to prevent those structures being converted into dwellings. So that is a directive from the ALC. Yeah.
Director Wilson, there we are. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Director Nicholson brings up some very good points on the aspect of roadside sales here, and especially with. We live in a rural area. We've got huge areas there where sharing that access makes sense. And in this particular case, the roadside sales, which says, and this goes back, I'm sorry, this goes back to chickens, because down our road, we've got two places in our area which sell eggs, and the number of chickens would be limited, and that would probably stop. They're good eggs, they're great eggs, and they bring in a nice little income for the people. So I want to see, something that roadside sales can be accommodated far better than what they are at the moment. And to Ms. Suderman's comment that it might, something might be difficult to enforce. There's a huge amount of those around, that's for sure. So this is, to me, it's not a valid point. Yes, it might be difficult to enforce, but it's one of those things which is necessary. I think they also came up on the home plate as far as the ALR and ALC is concerned. And here's the thing here. If we bring in regulations to restrict or amend the home plate on ALR, are we not in conflict with the ALC? Because whatever we say has to go to them for ratification or agreement. Who takes precedence here?
Over to, which one of you want to take that?
I'll start.
Yep.
And Lauren can continue if I miss anything. So home plates. No, I blanked on what the question was.
It's easy. Who takes precedence? We can bring in as much regulation as we like, but then we have to get approval from the ALC.
And the Agricultural Land Commission is one of the referral agencies that has received the proposed bylaw for review. And they have already had an opportunity to review it informally earlier in the process because we did the agricultural zoning very early on. If there's a discrepancy between our proposed bylaw and the Agricultural Land Commission regulations, they will let us know and we will change the regulation to accommodate.
Sorry, I just want to confirm on that. There's no regulation for home plate. It's guided by the Guide for Bylaw Development in Farming Areas is where the home plate provision comes from. It's not actually regulated, because it is a hot topic. So I'll continue on the home plate and maybe I'll preempt one of Director Martman's questions about how how the OCP policy reflects the home plate. So policy FA10, I'm just going to read it out for clarity. So it says, locate buildings and structures, including farm help housing, on agricultural parcels in close proximity to one another and wherever possible near the existing road frontage. Consider the home plate guidelines as per the provincial guide for bylaw development in farming areas, which is what I just referenced. So the policy direction of the OCP is quite clear in highly encouraging the clustering of buildings and structures, residential. We're not talking about farm buildings, we're talking about residential buildings and structures on agricultural parcels, including locating them in close proximity to one another and, where possible, near existing road frontages. This direction is intended to minimize the fragmentation of the agricultural land and support the long-term viability of agriculture on a parcel. The policy is further then reinforced through the reference of the home plating guidelines in the Provincial Guide for Bylaw Development in Farming Areas. This is supported by the Ministry of Agriculture and the ALC as a best practice. So these guidelines emphasize concentrating residential and accessory residential uses within a defined area to preserve the remainder of the parcel for agricultural use. So from a zoning bylaw perspective, this policy direction was implemented through a clear and enforceable siting regulation. So it does not supersede the ALC regulation, because there is no ALC regulation requiring it. It is highly encouraged, though, through the ALC and the Ministry of Agriculture. The concept of a home plate is one method of doing this, and through this process, that word might be a little triggering, and we can actually we can change the language in the zoning bylaw. So home plate is one method of bringing forward the policy by defining an area on the parcel within which the buildings and structures are located, residential buildings and structures. Well, the term,
No.
So the term itself does not change the underlying policy direction of where residential buildings and structures should be sited on agricultural land. So when we developed the home plating guidelines, the intent was to translate the policy into regulation that can be clearly and consistently applied, while also considering the APC feedback across the electoral areas. So the proposed approach kind of reflects the difference between the input of the APCs, or not the difference, the input of the APCs and the alignment with the OCP. We also reached out again to the Ministry of Agriculture and the ALC to talk about it, and their exact words are, I could actually tell you their exact words if I could find it in my thing, but they're highly encouraging the CVRD to proceed with a home plate regulation. So we do have permission from higher levels of government to implement home plating. Home plating is really just setbacks, right? It is maximum and minimum setbacks, which we could take away the language of home plate and have maximum and minimum setbacks as well. In talking, I'm just jumping because it's still Director Wilson's turn, unless Director Martman says otherwise. But Director Wilson's question or comment, can't quite remember which one it was, but regarding more than one almost vendor for a roadside stand. A roadside stand is meant, one, they're not permitted right now. So we're bringing forward a regulation that actually permits them as a use in the zoning bylaws. So really any of them that you see, roadside stands, are not permitted and are subject to bylaw enforcement if a complaint came in today. So we were trying to circumvent this by permitting them with regulation, which is why it kind of says, I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but it's not a building you can step into. Why you'd need a building permit for that? Meaning we've developed the regulations so that you don't need a building permit, and in conjunction with a building the chief building inspector. So more than one vendor gets into more of a commercial operation. A roadside stand is supposed to support a home-based business, and your home-based business could be selling your eggs or flowers or your agricultural produce. However, when we start crossing or weaving between the lines of a home-based business and a commercial use, which would be bringing in more than one vendor through the definition, one, as Bev said, we cannot possibly enforce it. And one of the questions at the beginning of this is, are the lawyers going to make sure this is legally enforceable? If we change the definition, it is not legally enforceable. There is no way that a bylaw officer could go out on a complaint about a roadside stand and the person say, well, it did or did not. We just can't open a can of worms like that. It would be highly not recommended to go down that path. But then again, as Bev also said, we are complaint driven. We understand the nuances However, when you put them into regulation, it makes it much harder to enforce. And the bylaw, the purpose of it is to make it legally enforceable.
Okay, they're good replies. Thank you very much, Lauren. And I think that one of the things that you touched on there is the setbacks, and that's something which I've had some correspondence from various people here. It may, in some cases, be very restrictive.
Sorry, if I could clarify, setbacks for what, roadside stand or home plate?
For the home plate, sorry, no.
Yes, so, sorry, it's Director Martman, if I can continue. We do understand that. However, it's kind of going back to the principle of why a home plate or setback regulations are highly recommended by the Ministry of Agriculture and in the ALC, and that is to preserve the most amount of farmable land as possible, regardless of what the soil assessment is, because that is per the ALC and ALR. We could vary it on an application basis, and we could amend our other bylaws to make it make a application to vary a home plate regulation delegated through the GM. We could make it an easier process through that. But this is kind of the time to discuss the CZB, not the process of how we would implement the CZB like that. So there are avenues. It's not, you cannot possibly do it. This is really what we're suggesting. We understand that farmers know their land best. However, we also have heard numerous times from both the Ministry of Agriculture and the ALC that only 50% of farmland has farm status, meaning potentially that same 50% is not owned by people who are farming or want to farm ever their land. And it's the regulations in place to ensure that the farmland is available in the future for someone who may come around and buy the land and want to farm it. And the land, physical land on a property, is there available to farm as opposed to putting a house in the middle of the property. That is the whole background for this.
Yeah, that's a great response. Thank you very much. It makes things very much clearer as far as this is concerned. And I'm encouraged to see that there's going to be some flexibility in there and going back that these things can be refined. Thank you very much for that, Lauren.
Director Martin, I just wanted to point out too that the bylaw, general regulation has been written in such a way, because one of the concerns that we heard from a lot of farmers and the APCs was that the home plate regulation might make all existing residential structures invalid. So the home plate regulation would only apply to new development moving forward, and we have built-in flexibility if there's an existing home plate. So in other words, if somebody put their house and their garage somewhere on the property that doesn't exactly conform to the setback regulations that we've suggested in the bylaw, it's possible to designate that area as their home plate and then work from there, rather than being inflexible and making all new development happen in a different corner of the property, for example.
Thank you, and maybe I can take a few moments just to follow up. Before we go to home plate, I look at these food stand and commend the work you're doing on it, and then I always have this memory of this little girl doing a lemonade stand, and the bylaws going like, you can't have that. There was a complaint from the neighbor, and so are we avoiding that? Are we going down that road, or I want to be able to confirm to all those kids out there that want a lemonade stand that we're not shutting that down.
No, we never did. When my kids did it, they brought their little Fisher-Price plastic bench out, right, which isn't just it's not a permanent structure. We hauled it up the driveway after. It was never, we are taking away the gray. We are saying, yes, you can do it. Sure, it doesn't say a kid doing a lemonade stand with a, mini plastic bench in the rule, but we are taking away that nuance. It's permitted. It's just, there are setbacks, so I would like to explain that. It does say a minimum of 4.5 meters from the front parcel line. The reason is that's the Ministry of Transportation required front yard setback for the road right of way. We can't possibly, without a encroachment agreement through the Ministry of Transportation, permit anything before that. So that's why the regulation also says needs to be removable, because we're kind of recognizing in a gray area that most of them are within that 4.5 meters. So if someone does complain, that person can wheel it back to their property line and go in there, and they won't be stuck with a, semi-permanent structure on the roadside of the road that the Ministry of Transportation wants to enforce on based on a complaint. So we're really trying to think of, the existence and the reality of these roadside stands in our community, and how to provide the flexibility to legally recognize them and encourage it as a form of a home-based business, which that is essentially what it is.
Well, it'd be interesting. I know in my community, I think some are going to say, well, if this is the solution, I want my problem back. And so I'm wondering if this is the kind of thing that, we're going to get public input on, and if we even need to have a section on food stands in the future. So I look forward to that kind of feedback, rather than people saying, hey, you're all going for food stands. On home plate, yes, we did hear from farmers quite a bit about this. And, I know the agriculture ministry or ALC are thinking like we want more farms. But one of the problems that I'm hearing from farmers is that I'm not farming anymore because there's too many rules. And so this is adding one more rule to this and around home plate. And we heard pretty clearly that home plates create concern among farmers. And I think the idea of the adoption of the word consider in the OCP was intended to be enabling. And I'll be looking for feedback from farmers on how is this enabling enough? Because I think it was Chilliwack that put in place setbacks not only from the front, but they also gave options for setbacks from the rear of the parcel. So it gave a couple of different variations that, before you would have to ask for a variance. So I'm wondering if that would be something that could be considered. The other thing that it states in here, so maybe I'll leave that first to you, and then I'll move on to one other question.
So to answer, I genuinely hear what farmers are saying, but the part that's not being considered is there's two sections of that home plate regulation that Bev touched on. One is, farmers, if they're farming that land, they already have a house on there. So it's really not talking about what exists on the property. If those remain, the home plate regulation is kind of a moot point for that property. It's for any new development. What we're trying to do, the home plate regulations that are proposed are the most stringent on properties that don't have a house, which we're really trying to preserve that farmland while we can. So that's why they're written that way. It really does not apply if you have, for the most part, if you have a existing residential building. And also, as I mentioned, a general regulation can be varied. So if, for instance, in the end, a farmer wants to put a pool at the other side of their property, and that would be considered part of the home plate requirement, they could apply to do so, and we would kind of assess the application there. However, we are really trying to preserve the untouched farmland, and by untouched, I mean the farmland that does not have current dwellings on it, and trying to preserve the most amount of that land as possible while we still can. Once a house goes on it without any kind of regulation as to how far back a house can go, we kind of are left with this same situation where we have houses going in the middle of lots, which takes away the potential for farming until if and when that house is removed. So we've really considered this over and over and over again. However, I think the messaging to farmers needs to be, it really doesn't apply unless you are talking about other residential structures on your lot that require a permit of some sort, which most don't, because a lot of farmers are building farm structures.
Can I also just add to that? One of the things that many people don't understand is that many farms are made up of multiple parcels. So if at any time a farmer wanted to sell off a parcel of their farm in order to make money or whatever, that parcel is entitled to having a new house, and so on and so forth. And so it's not like, I think within the region, there's kind of this conception that farmers have, well, but I already have all this stuff, so it's unnecessary. But we know that many agricultural parcels are being sold to people who want to create their large estate type homes and so on. So part of the attempt of this is to discourage the destruction of agricultural land, as Lauren has said so eloquently, but also recognizing that many individual farms are actually made up of multiple farm parcels. And if any one of those gets sold off by a farming family, that parcel is entitled to having a house as well.
Yep, I think we could go back and forth, but I don't want to. But so I just want to make one comment further and then move on, and that is the establishment of a home plate for existing farms is in this regulation, general regulation, and so if you wanted to put a garage in or something like that, so you are putting something in for farmers that do have existing dwellings, and also if you want to start doing agritourism, there is a connection between agritourism accommodation and the home plate. So the home plate is very important to existing property, in my mind, existing properties. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but I don't want to spend too much more time other than I think you're going to get a lot of feedback on this.
Right. So there is a portion that that pertains to existing parcels. We're also talking about agriculture or residential structures being within that. So many times a garage is a barn, and that's a farm structure, which would not be subject to the home plate regulations if they were to proceed. Agritourism is tied to being adjacent to, I forget the exact wording, adjacent to or within a home plate, I think it is. However, the regulation is written so that in particular, if you have an existing house, you don't necessarily have a rectangular or square home plate. It could be some odd shape based on the setbacks from the foundation. So yes, it does. There are implications. However, we do need to recognize also that the Ministry of Agriculture and ALC have also talked about agritourism accommodation as being, the accommodation in particular, as being a very hot topic politically, one that was not put into regulation without a lot of pressure, political pressure with it, and that isn't necessarily agreed upon from the ministry staff in terms of a farming, like a real farm practice. And I can't quote to you the exact statistics. However, they have given us presentations where they've said, once a bigger agritourism accommodation practice starts on a property, statistically within 5 years, the farm status disappears because the agritourism accommodation becomes the forefront of the focus. And then without us having business licensing, we aren't monitoring farm status throughout that, meaning somehow throughout the process, if it's permitted, we are expanding the use of farmland for agritourism accommodation without any way to verify on an annual basis if farm status is still there. So it is all connected. Because it's still there, I do believe that we need to at least give it a shot somehow to see what's working. What could be done is that we focus more on the vacant land, home plating, as opposed to land that already has residential structures.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get lots of feedback. Director Wilson, you to close on this section? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tippett. And since you're new, I lost you. There we are. And if you can just take your role, state your role.
Yes, my name is Mike Tippett. I am the manager of Community Planning Division at the CVRD. I, just wanted to contribute a little bit of information to a comment that was made earlier about lemonade stands and similar uses. There's a clause in the uses permitted in all zones, which is section 4.41 of this section that we're currently dealing with. And it's clause M. It says uses that are customarily incidental to a principal or accessory use in a zone are permitted. So what is customarily incidental to a house? It's kids having a splash pool in the front yard. It's a guy washing his car. It's a woman repairing her bike. It's a kid with a lemonade stand. It's all of those things. And so they're all covered by that. The farm stand regulation is intended for a very specific use that is not the kind of normal use you would see with a residential thing. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And then, yes, Ms. Wright, and then back to Director Wilson.
I appreciate it. And sorry, Bev reminded me of a slide I have. Vanessa, would you mind putting up the presentation again? So I, through mapping, this is an area. I'm not going to say where because it doesn't matter. These parcels are all in the ALR within our electoral area, within an electoral area. I'm showing on there based on parcel size what the home plate regulations would permit, meaning on all of these, and of course you can't really tell from an aerial view, and this is very roughly done, but the blue lines around it show the approximate size of a home plate permitted, and as you see, even the existing parcels are essentially conforming to it. Maybe not by setbacks like within, because I can't really, that's a whole other ballgame. However, the way that the agricultural parcels have been developed over the years anyways already complies for the most part. I'm not saying everyone does, of course, but these are a lot of them are, and you can see from the aerial view where farming on the ground is happening, not within buildings. You can see that they've been developed with an almost pseudo home plate provision, just not that as part of the regulation.
Thank you for that. Director Wilson.
Yeah, and we're still on definitions, correct?
No, we're actually on general regulations.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking, if I can, at streams and riparian areas and the definitions in there. Did I miss my chance there?
Yeah, I think we've gone past that. I'm not sure. We'll be jumping back and forth. Do you want to hang that on to the end or bring it up to staff afterwards?
Yeah, that's fine,
Okay.
because there is some wording in there which is very worrying, to say the least. And because this document is so large, that's why we're having trouble having to jump backwards and forwards here. Let me bring this forward here, and then I'll get out quickly, I promise here. Streamside protection and enhancer, SPAA, has the same meaning as under the riparian areas protection regulation. And then it says underneath here, a ditch, whether or not usually containing water. Are we now in conflict with provincial regulations, or are we now exceeding provincial regulations? A ditch, whether or not usually containing water. Natural water courses I can go with, but this one really does worry me, because you know as well as I do, we've had a few problems with riparian areas and developments.
Don't know what you're talking about. Over to Ms. Wright.
Right on cue. So we do have a section in general regulations about the general regulation concerning watercourse setbacks. However, in terms of the definition question, our environmental planner, Nick Schwetz, can answer those questions.
Thank you.
Perfect timing.
Hello.
If you just, yeah, you're already introduced. Go ahead, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Nicholas Schwetz, environmental planner and registered professional biologist. I was running up here from downstairs, so can you please just repeat the question?
It's over the wording in the definitions there. It's under streams, so under the SPAA and riparian. It's section, hang on a second, can't find the section. It's on page 41 anyway. But stream means a ditch, whether or not usually containing water. We've got ditches all over the place here. And yes, they do, no, they don't. But is this really a stream? And this is where I'm coming from here. This is, to me, a little bit excessive, or maybe an overreach on provincial regulations. Is it? Or what are we doing here?
Right. So the current zoning bylaw referred to all the streams out there as watercourses as that definition. And however, the provincial regulations, the Water Sustainability Act, lists what we called watercourses streams. And then streams are also listed under the riparian areas protection regulation. So in-stream habitats are largely the provincial jurisdiction, and stream is the definition that is used under the WSA and the Riparian Areas Protection Regulation wrapper. Ditches are a stream class under the Riparian Areas Protection Regulation, and on both cases, a stream does not have to be permanent, which is defined as with water greater than 6 months of the year. A lot of the headwater tributaries and ditches are considered intermittent or ephemeral and have surface water in them when there's a storm event. Or as right now, there'd be that lag effect after storms for the winter. So the ditch definition has been brought in because it does apply to provincial regulation. And I will point out that the Riparian Areas Protection Regulation has just gone through legislative updates, and as of January of 2027, the province has expanded and now has defined what a ditch is, and this definition matches that as well under the definition of stream and watercourse. So what the CZB is doing is matching this definition with provincial laws that govern those streams. And there's parts of that as well as a true ditch. It's not a channelized stream, so a lot of streams, especially small ones like a watercourse, like a brook, creek, those kind of things, have been modified and channelized over time. Those are still considered streams under provincial law. It's a true ditch is separate, so it's where you dig a trench to drain your property or agricultural. It's not part of the historic drainage pattern. It doesn't have groundwater influences, that kind of thing. So it's very intermittent. Basically when it rains, you'll have the surface water and then it doesn't. So, overall, the classifications and the definitions are there to match what the province regulates.
Lovely, thank you, Nick. And just to make sure then, we are matching, not exceeding the provincial laws in any way here, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I am getting very confused about what we should be asking questions about.
Mm-hmm.
So we are started through the general regulations. We only got a few covered, I think, related to agriculture. I would like to go through all of them, and then I've got a list of questions.
Right. We've got the rest of the general regulations to go through?
So general regulations have kind of been split into groups of like 4 or 5 to facilitate the question. So it's up to you through the chair if you want to have all those question periods or if you want to have one big one at the end. Either one works for us.
Let's move on to the next section if there's no other questions on that agriculture part.
Sure.
Yeah.
Please. Okay, so the next group of general regulations focuses on those that more directly affect residential zones. So as Bev mentioned, the groupings are not absolutely specific. For instance, when we just talked about roadside stands, that really didn't have, that applied to all residential properties, not just agricultural properties. So these are general groupings that we've made just to kind of facilitate the discussion. So accessory buildings and structures, the regulation is an existing provision that's been updated. So in some current zoning bylaws, only the size of individual accessory structure, buildings and structures is limited with no restriction on the total number permitted on a parcel, except through parcel coverage. So this can result in multiple smaller buildings being built in place of a single larger structure that may be more of the intent of the parcel owner. The updated approach that is within the CZB provides greater flexibility, allowing property owners to more easily configure accessory buildings to meet their needs while establishing clearer overall limits. So the updated regulation maintains consistency with existing approaches, but introduces a key change with a maximum total gross floor area for all accessory buildings and structures of 5% of the parcel area or 500 square meters, whichever is less, for all accessory buildings and structures on a parcel, meaning a larger parcel, which we have seen time and time again for variances that might only permit one 100 square meter building, may now, based on parcel size, permit up to 500 square meters of accessory buildings and structures. That could mean one big 500 square meter building on a larger property based on the calculation you would do of parcel size, what 5% is, or 500 square meters. Or it could lead to 5 100 square meter buildings being built on a parcel too that are accessory. This is what we kind of heard from the survey we did last year, from what we heard from the public of greater flexibility in terms of the size of and amount of accessory buildings and structures. So this allows flexibility to have multiple accessory buildings and structures while also ensuring that their overall size remains proportional to the parcel. It also permits and regulates accessory greenhouses based on zone and includes regulations to ensure accessory buildings and structures remain accessory in nature and are not converted to unauthorized dwelling units, meaning there's a provision in there limiting to 2 plumbing features and the size of a washroom. What we see is multiple bathrooms being built in one of them because someone needs it for a shop. However, there are 3 washrooms. Sometimes, and we can't really do anything about it because we don't have regulation around there. That then sometimes turns into a triplex in a backyard in an accessory building or structure. This doesn't mean that if you have a shop and you need a shower in your shop, that there's no way around it. It means that you would have to vary it and kind of show us that it's a shop and not going to be converted to a suite. So suites and accessory buildings and structures are 2 different things. On to a good one. So backyard hens and beekeeping pertains to residential parcels only. We are not talking about parcels that permit agriculture in any form or limited agriculture. Agriculture and limited agriculture permits chickens and bees independently of this. This section applies to backyard hen and beekeeping, meaning on residential parcels, residentially zoned parcels. So not parcels zoned new or like zoned for agriculture or forestry use that permit agriculture already. So backyard chickens right now are only permitted in the Area C zoning bylaw in one zone, the R3 zone. Nowhere else in residential zoning does it permit backyard chickens. So any of the other backyard chickens that currently are out there are not permitted. And so when Bylaws gets a phone call saying, hey, my neighbor has chickens, they go, yes, those aren't allowed. And then they have to enforce. This is allowing us to go from 0 chickens on most cases of residential parcels to up to 6, depending on parcel size. So the new regulation expands and standardizes the uses of backyard chickens and bees, allowing them consistently across applicable residential zones in the region. It supports local food production and small-scale agriculture in alignment with the OCP policy, which talks about food production and small-scale agriculture. It doesn't talk about bees and chickens, while providing clear and consistent regulations. So the regulation sets the number of hens and beehives based on the parcel size and includes provisions for structures, placement, and buffering to help ensure compatibility with neighboring properties. So I do know there's a lot of chatter online about this one, and so I am going to be very clear again that this is for residential parcels. The regulations are in place that are being proposed, for instance, setbacks of the chicken coop from your parcel line and things, to ensure that compatibility within a residential neighborhood is still being considered. Not everybody wants a backyard hen or chicken or wants to be, or hen, it's the same thing, backyard hen. Not everyone in a residential neighborhood will want to do this. However, meaning they probably might not want their chicken coop abutting the fence line. Also, there's a provision in there of how to dispose of one that might be deceased. What sometimes happens is someone digs a hole. Well, that leads to other issues like pests and smells and things like that. So that is why that regulation's in place, or why we're proposing the regulation in the way we are. So we are not impacting agricultural areas. Technically, according to current zoning, most backyard hens and chickens in current properties in residential areas are not permitted. we'll move on to our second favorite of the day, which is docks. So a new general regulation for docks has been introduced to provide clear direction for docks. Right now, it doesn't exist in current zoning bylaws. It is silent, and sometimes people are aware of the general permission from the province. Most of the time, it's not. Excuse me. So the intent of this regulation is to align and reinforce existing provincial requirements, which already regulate docks, and to clearly limit them to moorage purposes only, meaning boathouses with a suite above, or sleeping area above, were never permitted to begin with and we're talking about freshwater. We're never permitted to begin with. And we're just making it clear because as we kind of go through the conversation with the public and the directors, this is a lot of information, and we are taking provincial information and putting it into zoning bylaws. We don't need to repeat provincial information. However, us being silent on docks for all these years has led to a great misalignment between what's on the ground / water versus what's actually permitted through the province. So we're trying to provide clear direction on what's actually permitted or not. So the CZB reflects this existing provincial requirements by setting clear limits, including 1 dock and 1 boat lift per upland parcel. The upland parcel is defined in the CZB as the parcel directly adjacent to that water line. And it also clarifies that standalone boat lifts, boat ramps, and non-moored structures are not permitted. That is already in the provincial requirements. That is not us going over or superseding what's already there. So the regulation also incorporates key provincial principles around environmental protection and public access, excuse me, including, including prohibiting dredging or fill, protecting natural shoreline processes, and ensuring that public access along the foreshore is maintained. This regulation is intended to provide clarity at the local level while remaining consistent with the broader provincial framework already in place. Suites, both attached and detached. So the suite regulations have been updated to create a more consistent and a flexible approach across electoral areas. So as we heard from our engagement before, people want bigger they wanted bigger suite sizes. So a key change is the introduction of a maximum suite size of 111.5 square meters. It's a weird number, but it's exactly 1,200 square feet on all parcels, with specific provisions for agricultural parcels to remain consistent with the ALR use regulation and the OCP's agricultural designation. So in many zones, 1 suite per parcel, or many CZB's proposed zones, 1 suite per parcel is permitted, either attached or detached, unless a zone allows for additional flexibility. This regulation also provides clarity around servicing. So detached suites have the same follow the same framework as the attached suites regulation, with additional provisions to ensure they meet the BC Building Code and CVRD building bylaws. So the 1,200 square foot or 111 square meter maximum suite size was the number was come up with in discussing with the building officials what a comfortable size for a 3-bedroom house or 3-bedroom unit would be, and so that would permit just greater flexibility on who may pause or like what type of, how many people could live in a suite. Next one is home-based business regulations that have been updated to provide a more clear and consistent approach across the region while continuing to support these uses as an important accessory component to residential living. Overall, there are no significant changes, as the existing regulations were already quite relatively permissive. The regulations allow for 1 or more home-based businesses on a parcel while setting parameters around size, scale, and operation to ensure they remain secondary to residential use. They also establish limits around activities, employees, parking, and identify prohibited uses with the goal of minimizing impacts and maintaining the residential character of neighborhoods. Any questions?
Thank you. Turn to Director Acton. You were on there. Did you take your hand down? figure that one out. We'll go.
Sorry, I'm here. I just can't react so fast. I did take it down because I thought maybe it wasn't the time. I guess my question is, I don't want to get into the details about docks, but just understanding, especially for the public, like we've using the provincial regulation. So then, are we saying the province is going to regulate this? And what does this add? So now, does CVRD issue building permits for docks? That kind of thing.
Over to Ms.
What does this mean?
Right.
It means we have to go through the process, but that process already exists. In order to have a dock, you would have to apply to the WSA and have the owner of, if you are putting in, oh, so I'm going to backtrack here before. We're proposing two definitions of docks that we didn't discuss as part of the definitions, but one is for fixed docks. Fixed docks means you've put pilings into the ground / lake bed. A mobile dock is what we are permitting in most water zones. Mobile dock means there are no pilings at the end of your dock to fix it to the land permanently. It means it's affixed to the foreshore. Why are we permitting this? Is because the Crown does not own the two major lake beds. An independent organization owns them, meaning it is no different. If you put pilings in the ground there, it is no different than you extending over your parcel line to put your footings and your piles for a second-story balcony and over your neighbor's property. Your neighbor could say, hey, the property line's there, why is the balcony extending? It is no different with docks now. So right now, you need, in order to have a dock with pilings, you need to apply to WSA with the owner's permission. We can't change that. It's not ours. It's not our regulation. However, to answer it, no, we don't need a building permit for it. What people need to be aware of is that the provincial general permissions, we, through this regulation, are not talking about them all. We're being silent on them, like for sizes and stuff. The general permission actually has the sizes. We are not putting it into the zoning bylaw because we don't want to go through the variance process that way. If you want a bigger dock, you would be applying to the province through the or to the WSA to do that. We're silent on that for a reason. We don't want to enforce the size of a dock. Sorry, Director Acton, does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. So what part of this is for the CVRD then? Because even to say that to apply to the province, like, I don't even think they have a process in place, even though they might have regulations.
The part for the
no, there's not a single person on Shawnigan Lake who has applied for a dock with the province.
Right. And so for the CVRD, our job is also to raise awareness of and to educate people on what is required on land. And this is part of that process. It is a requirement already. Just because it is not enforced by anyone does not mean it doesn't exist. I know there's been talk within communities, like on and off, about, a rumor going around that the owner of the lake bed may or may not enforce on it. And the thing is they have the ability to do that. And it is, so we are just bringing it to light what the regulations are. And so the role of the CVRD here, with it says one dock per parcel. Well, that's already there on the website for the provincial general permission, but also with what Nick Schwetz just alluded to with the change in wrapper legislation for January 2027. They're changing it to allow, in riparian areas, to allow one formal access to a stream. A stream, the definition of stream also includes a lake. I know it's a little misleading. It took me a while to wrap my head around as well. But a stream under the provincial definitions also includes a lake. So one formal access to a lake via a SPIA not more than 1.5 meters wide. Meaning, how can you have more than one dock off of that 1.5 meter wide access that's through provincial legislation? Technically,
I guess, so what's our role if somebody calls CVRD bylaw and complains? Because there's nothing more that the community dislikes is when they actually think the CVRD should be doing something about it. And we're the ones writing it in here, so we've kind of like maybe it should just say, these are provincial regulations. CBRD does not enforce or permit any, like, by documenting some of it, what message are we sending is one question, but then what parts, like, let's say somebody wants to complain about their neighbor has 2 docks. Is CBRD going to do anything about it? Like, so the bylaw officer shows up and says, yeah, they have 2 docks. And then it's also a question of, what if this is built 10 years ago? Now, what are we doing about it? So yeah.
So those are good questions. One is, yes, the wording could be replaced in this section to just, refer to this general permission. The other is, if they built it 10 years ago without the permissions to begin with, it's not legal, regardless of when it was built, unless they had the permissions in place to do so, or the legislation didn't exist at that time. And even then, when the legislation comes, if it came about afterwards, it would still apply because it, in some cases. So I know Nick asked to speak as well. So what the CVRD would do in this case is go check it out. What's our jurisdiction? Are we within the riparian area? How has the riparian area been treated? We would not enforce on the pilings bit because it's not our land. We would advise them of the process of how to apply to WSA and advise them to reach out to the property owner who owns the lake bed, because that's what we can do. This is really trying to use this as an education piece as well. There are some teeth to it in terms of, and that's why I said we didn't include the parts about dock size and things like that, or how many floats and stuff you have it. We don't want to get into that. It's more raising awareness. You're permitted one, you're not permitted covered structures or, like household uses on it, like a sleeping unit on it. It wasn't there before. And so we're also not going to, we're not permitting it now either because we can't. Do you still want to? Sure. Sorry, if we could, Nick is also our riparian.
Yeah, hi. Through the chair to the director. So for just a couple points on your questions there, and for the listening public. So right now, the general permissions, as was brought up before, it's in relation to the Land Act. So in some cases, yes, the Shawnigan and Cowichan lake beds are privately owned. There are streams such as certain sections of the Cowichan River and other ones that are crowned, and this is where also it would apply should someone be adjacent to that land and would seek a dock. So the correct process right now is, even though the Land Act does not apply, from the province, communications I've had with water officers is that a notification should be made to the province under the Water Sustainability Act. The general permissions are used to facilitate that approval, which has a lot of other conditions in it. And if you Google BC dock permissions, you'll find the website pretty easily. And so the authorization or permission of a dock is still through the process, and there is a approval process for that. This also relates to log booms and other things anchored to lake beds. Now, in terms of the bylaw compliance, I know Ian's here, but what happens now is the CVRD does receive a lot of complaints based on a lot of different jurisdictions, and that's part of the role, is to kind of track down whether it's, is the complaint in the agricultural land reserve, which, if it's farming, it would default to them. Is it a provincial matter in the WSA or a Wildlife Act? Those are the kind of things that, we kind of triage the complaint base. So when it comes to a dock or in-stream works, what we do currently is, based on the complaint, we would send it back to, or inform the complainant that they should be making a complaint to the province through the Natural Resource Violation Report. So because we don't have the jurisdiction over the water under the WSA, that's for an NRO, Natural Resource Officer, and a water officer to review. That would be the appropriate case, but it, As the environmental planner who goes out with bylaw enforcement staff from time to time, and as a biologist, I do have a code of conduct to make sure that we're, not necessarily dropping the ball on communication and keeping that communication going. So it doesn't generally stop with us. It's like, if it's another jurisdiction, then we pass it along and let them follow up as they see fit. Does that answer your question, I think?
Thank you for that. Director Ack, can we move on then, or?
Can I just make a comment that I think as a committee we can keep in mind that some of these things cause confusion and unnecessary. I guess just the confusion of it. So maybe if we can try and limit some of that.
I think staff are hearing that as well, and they're trying to balance the role, but they've heard that. We are at 7 minutes after noon. We have some lunch here. I have a long list of people to speak, so now's the time for take a half-hour break. We'll come back at 12:35 and see you then.
Director Wilson, Director Acton, you're available? Director McClinton? We're about to resume.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to this special Electoral Area Services Committee, and we have a speakers list, and we're up to Director Segal. Oh, yes, thank you. All right.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to start the conversation about the backyard hens. Ms. Wright, can you, so I've been trying to flip between the two summary charts. I really appreciate the summary charts in the CZB, but just which of the residential and the rural residential zones allow agriculture, which means they could have any kind of chicken, rooster, whatever they want, and which ones are limited just to the backyard hen and beekeeping regulations?
Thank you. And through the chair, I don't have those summary charts in front of me. However, this is the part of the zoning part of the presentation. There are summary charts at the beginning of each type of zone, and the summary chart.
Maybe we can hold till we get there then.
Right, but I still won't have them. So to answer the questions, I don't. So Bev's looking them up. However, if a zone is permitted, and usually the rural residential, so rural residential are new, RR1, RR2, RR3, and RC1, which is River Corridor, they all permit now, like the basis of the zone, some form of agriculture. The OCP designation in those cases also talk about hobby farms and stuff like that. So agriculture is a permitted use of some sort in those zones, so that would not apply. We are talking more about R1, R2, R3, those kinds of zones. So if you think of in relation, like we're talking Mill Springs, we are talking about Sentinel Ridge, like in Area A. Those, I don't know exactly what they're zoned in the CZB, but those are the types of residential zones we're talking about where backyard chickens and hens, I keep saying that, backyard hens and bees would apply.
Would be allowed. Okay.
Yes.
I have a follow-up. Okay, so sorry for being an offender of, asking the wrong question at the wrong time. But so I think this one zeroes in just on the regulation around not allowing the slaughter and then requiring the disposal to be through a veterinarian. So I just know through my own experience of having chickens, sometimes you need a compassionate slaughter if there's been predator attack. Sometimes you have 5 roosters and no hens if you're hatching chicks, right? So there's lots of situations when you're raising chickens when you may need to slaughter. And so I'm worried about the restriction of not allowing that. So maybe if you can elaborate on why that's in there. And then we have this wonderful compost bin, and I know we can put bones, if we buy chicken at the store, we can put the bones and leftover meat and whatever in our compost. Why couldn't we put the remains of a slaughtered chicken in our compost? Thanks.
So thank you, through the chair, to Director Segal. Those regulations on slaughter were kind of taken into consideration, like provincial requirements of disposal of like what is permitted, not outright. However, what we're trying to work around is if a person on the smallest lot that permits it, which would be 0.2 hectares, which is around the Mill Springs parcel size, is starting to dig holes in their backyards to put chickens, that's tough. Or, chickens aren't quiet on a good day, never mind maybe when they're, their lives are being ended. I don't know. But, we're trying to fit in an agricultural use in residential areas in the most kind of respectful way possible of a neighborhood setting. I cannot answer the question about disposal in our CVRD green bins. That would be up to Ilse Saradi as team. I've never considered it, and maybe I will actually touch base with her on that and think about it. I hadn't considered it at the time. Thank you.
So we have Director Nicholson, Wilson, and Morrison in that order. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to talk about backyard chickens, but I have comments about some of the other things we've just covered. So maybe, should we finish backyard chickens first?
Yes,
Or,
yes.
okay. So I'll ask about backyard chickens. So my understanding is on the residential areas, if you're 0.2 to 0.4 hectares, you can only have 4 chickens. If you have more than 0.4 hectares, you can have 6 chickens. And in some of those residential zones, you could actually have a 1 hectare lot. So this seems very restrictive to me, and why so few? And then my next question is, what about rabbits and ducks? And how do we encourage food production? I think it's really a growing issue in the community, and people really should, we should be trying to encourage food production.
And if you don't mind, could I clarify, do you mean food production in terms of like these meats, rabbits and ducks creating meat and eggs, or do you mean in terms of vegetables and fruits grown on your land?
I'm talking about, in this particular case, we're talking about meat.
Okay, so the reason we were conservative in this approach, one, because as I mentioned, they're not permitted in most zones, most residential zones to begin with, meaning introducing it would, yes, they already exist. However, it would widen the ability for more residential parcels to start this use. So we were more conservative on the numbers based on the fact that what if the community gets it and then doesn't want it? So we are fully open to either increasing the numbers now or waiting and kind of doing a year out after the CZB is adopted to kind of gauge where people are on it. Chickens in particular, what people don't quite recognize is it is a great thing in terms of food production, but they come with generally their friend the rat, and rats don't really leave if chickens leave, and starting to work through managing that that kind of pest nuisance, and also just starting to change our residential zones to be more permissive of it is a process. Not everyone agrees with backyard chickens in particular, or bees actually, and so we're really just trying to be implement or starting to permit it in a respectful way of those that may have differing opinions. So it was just a respectful, conservative approach is how we took it.
A follow-up?
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. The residential areas that I have is mainly the Eagle Heights, Miller Road area, and there have been people who have had chickens for years, and we have not enforced that because it's been something I've been waiting for in Area E to have this zoning change for a long time. So I would really appreciate people considering a more liberal approach to this. I think that the people who are really into sustainable food production usually know what they're doing, and quite frankly, rats are a problem everywhere, whether you have chickens or not.
Thanks for that. We have, I believe it was Director, sorry, I flipped my list over. Are you next? Or actually, I think it's Director Wilson online. Yeah, you are next on the flashing, but I was keeping track. Director Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. And I know that Ian's actually been very patient there. I'm quite prepared to let him go ahead before me if necessary.
No,
Okay.
you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Take advantage of this. It doesn't happen very often, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay then. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Lauren and Bev. This is encyclopedic knowledge they're coming across with. So huge documents, huge amounts of memory. Well done. Thank you very much for that. Now, where's my notes? Let's have a look here. There's been a lot of questions about provincial jurisdiction and local jurisdiction. Is there overreach? How are we making sure that we're within the guidelines? And maybe, is there a possibility of, and of course, of raising awareness and education at all? So is there a possibility of a blanket paragraph somewhere at the beginning of this document along the lines of provincial regulations or permissions are the primary sources for this document, and then maybe reference those particular parts at the relevant section of the document, because it needs to be made clear that we're not doing stuff on our own. Is that a possibility, or is that going to add more problems.
Maybe just add a couple more pages. No, I'm
Through the chair, so there is a section in the administrative section that we have added that kind of lists all, there's a caveat in it, I appreciate your reference to encyclopedia knowledge, no, thanks. But so there's a caveat in the language saying like these are some but may not be all provincial, restrictions. If we start listing them in a zone, if we miss one, people could think it doesn't apply. And that also means that we'd need to update the zone if a new provincial regulation. So we're just trying to be I understand what you're saying about being very clear in a zone because that's generally where, people only go to look. But we do run the risk of the bylaw not being completely accurate as much as it can be as it moves forward with that. So.
Understood. Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Lauren. And caveat was the word I was searching for. Thank you.
Director Morrison.
Thanks. And some of the best lines I'll have today are lines that other people have used. And the one that I'm working off of right now is, if this is the solution, I want my problem back. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to ask if Mr. McDonald can give us some sense of the backyard chicken problem, because I read the bylaw enforcement reports, and I didn't even think there was a category for backyard chickens in the reporting. So can you give us a sense, and I don't need to know about my community because I know what's going on in my community, but can you give us a sense as to how many backyard chicken disputes you're involved in mediating?
Through the chair, and I guess because I'm first-time speaker, I'm Ian McDonald, Senior Manager of Building Inspection and Bylaw Enforcement, and unfortunately, I cannot take on the encyclopedia compliment because I don't have all those records in front of me. To the best of my knowledge, we do not get a lot of complaints, and I couldn't be specific down to Area F. But we get some, but not very many. And that, unfortunately, that's the best I can do. I can bring that back further if there will likely be another meeting. I can take it offline with Director Morrison if that is okay with.
No, you've provided me with exactly what I need.
Okay. And I think Ms. Wright wants to just make a comment for that too.
So
the encyclopedia.
That's me. So it's not, it's related. So right now, if we get a complaint on a non-R3 zone in Area C only, saying my neighbor has chickens, please come and enforce. What we would do now is say, well, they're not permitted. You can apply to rezone, or your chickens have, X amount of time to vacate the premises. If it's in the zone, the CZB, they're permitted, and maybe someone wants 25 chickens based on a parcel size, and the CZB permits 10, let's say it's amended to that. At that point, they could vary it and that could be a delegated variance to a GM, as opposed to a complete rezoning application to permit chickens on a site-by-site basis in a residential zone. So what we're kind of proposing is a easier regulatory mechanism than what is available now, which is they're not permitted for the most part.
And we have Ms. Charoff to add in on the chicken.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm at a very high level. I think the sort of the message that I want to make sure gets sent out is that, there are some things that are not permitted currently under current zoning bylaws, and including, as Ms. Wright noted earlier, a number of zones do not permit backyard chicken and beekeeping. And so the intent is to actually expand permissions for those types of uses. And so the staff have presented a draft way or draft regulations to do that. And those could be, that obviously that framework can be refined, but it is intended to be more liberal than it is today. So, the alternative is just to, continue doing what you're doing, carry forward the same level of regulation that is in the zoning bylaws today, and then that's an option. It just applies similarly to other types of uses. But I just wanted to be clear on that there is an attempt here to actually be more accommodating, more flexible, more liberal, and it's up to I think the group to decide how you want to do that.
Thank you. Over to Director Morrison.
So thank you for that, and I'm going to maybe recommend that we try and avoid uses of words like liberal and conservative, because I think everybody's got their own idea what that means. And I applaud the movement to being more permissive of food security issues, and we all know that bees are under attack, so to speak, from various conditions and the like. But I just want to introduce sort of a concept as opposed to liberal conservative. I want to introduce the idea of a reasonable person. And I raise that because, yes, backyard chickens are prohibited, roosters are prohibited. So the joke in my community is we have wild chickens and roosters. Lots of people are keeping hens in their backyard despite the fact that it's prohibited. So let's make it permissive that people can do it. Let's try and figure out what a reasonable person would think. If you've got a postage stamp size lot, you shouldn't have 100 hens. Makes sense. And if there are issues being created by somebody's food security issues and raising of ducks, chickens, hens, bees, give our bylaw enforcement folks tools. I think what we're talking about here with the numbers that have been proposed are a little too restrictive still. And we need to come up with numbers that a reasonable person would agree with. And I think most of our community members are reasonable persons, so I think that being a little bit more permissive makes a lot of sense to me, and I want to encourage all of us to think in that fashion. Look at the outrage. Like, my emails have just been lit up today on chickens and fences. So yeah, I think we can get there. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Director Nicholson, and maybe to move on to the next section.
I had a couple other things related to what we talked about. So on the attached, detached, it's 4.37 and 4.38. Why do we require assurance that septic will be adequate when we aren't looking at water availability?
Fair. Septic is under different regulation, and we are just kind of putting it out there. If your house was built with a septic that's only sized for a single-family home and you're now putting in a detached suite, it's just raising people's awareness that your septic, you will be asked to upgrade throughout this process. In terms of well, we do, there's water licensing requirements that we do. You're right, they are silent on it, but we do kind of talk to people about like their water, the well flow. Sorry, I've lost. This is where my encyclopedic knowledge leaves. We do actually, though, in terms of a detached suite, require confirmation that your well can withstand it. If you're on community water, though, that's a connection thing done through our servicing for the most part.
Right. I'm just a bit concerned that we're going to end up in areas more and more where water becomes a problem, and yeah.
Right.
So then my next question is 4.19, home-based businesses. You talk about having auto servicing being allowed. So are you going to require that they put in environmental protections, oil separator things?
So that, sorry, through the chair, that is permitted in many, and I won't say the majority, but many of the current zoning bylaws, home-based business regulations anyway, as it is now, I mean. So it was brought forward, which is why kind of what I said is we haven't really changed much for it, because in reality, our home-based business permission or provisions are very permissive compared to other places where they might limit the number of vehicle trips per day, meaning so instead of having your yoga class that we would permit now in that where you have 20 people come, sometimes other zoning bylaws and other jurisdictions allow 10 vehicle trips, meaning 5 people can come to that yoga class as opposed to 20. So those auto body things are in many of the zoning bylaws right now. We have a table of concordance for general regulations available on the website, which we also had available to the APCs the first round, but it is available on our CZB website along the right-hand side that shows all the current general regulations, so you'd be able to see where that currently exists now.
Thank you. And then on 4.2, the accessory structures. So this has been a big issue in Area E, is building accessory buildings to store your RV. So, and our rules have not been allowed large enough ones. So I appreciate that it seems that it's going to accommodate, although I see in some zones, and I think this is to keep things in scale, that you can only go up to 7.5 meters in height, whereas, because you're kind of silent on the height thing, 10 meters is the general rule, but in smaller lots, it's 7.5, and I'm just wondering.
Oh, so
the rationale.
So heights are per zone, not per the general regulation. The rationale would have been looking at what zones were going to be incorporated into the new CZB zone and what current accessory building and structure heights were there. However, we're fully open to increasing. However, a 10-meter high accessory building, in many residential zones, it's only permitted up to 4.5 meters. So,
Yeah, I get it. 10's really good. I'm just wondering about the 7.5.
Oh, why they might be different? It would be based on the zones that went into those zones. It was kind of like okay, where are we? Which is the biggest one? Does it make sense to have it that way?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Segal?
Thank you, Chair. One more thing on the backyard hens and the comments around being a little bit more permissive in our numbers, which I agree with, but also just knowing to be a good chicken owner, each hen needs a certain amount of indoor space and a certain amount of outdoor space, and I'm sure understanding the setbacks and how big the property, maybe that kind of guideline to bring us some numbers would be really useful, just so we know we're not setting up a situation for a whole bunch of chickens packed into a small place on a small lot. Thanks, just thought I'd add that.
Thank you for that. So moving on then, I think, and just to let you know that we're moving right through general regulations. We got a fair amount to go, so we'll just keep plugging away. Did anybody have any terrible deadlines that they have to meet later today, or we can just plug through this and just see as far as we get? Pardon? Public hearing at 5. So okay, we'll be done before. We will wrap this up before 5, or we'll test how everybody's doing in an hour or so. Okay. Or so. You heard me. Okay, over to Ms. Wright.
Sorry, just to clarify, this next two general reg sections are split with a question period. Would you like to not have that and just combine them?
Thank you. That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, so food trucks next. So the next set of general regulations are more commercial in nature, although as you'll see, some specific topics can apply across a range of different zones. For instance, food trucks here, what we're saying, maybe it's in my notes, they're permitted in many commercial and industrial zones in the CZB. So food truck regulation is a new addition to the CZB. It's introduced to support this use in a clear and consistent way. Food trucks are now permitted in the CZB in the majority of commercial and industrial zones, with regulations to help ensure they operate smoothly and fit well into their surroundings. These include considerations around where they can locate, how long they can operate in one location, and how parking and site access are managed, as well as avoiding direct conflicts with existing restaurants. Overall, the intent is to enable food trucks in appropriate locations while ensuring they integrate well with surrounding uses. In establishing these general regulations, what we are thinking about first and foremost is restaurants, and how restaurants have a huge a major overhead cost to having them as a food truck, whereas a food truck cannot. So we were really trying to be respectful of the cost involved in running a commercial business like a restaurant versus a food truck, and hoping that there's the food truck is not inadvertently taking business away from a restaurant. Kennels. So the CZB updated kennel regulations by establishing a more consistent approach to where kennels are permitted and how they are regulated. Kennels are permitted in agricultural zones that meet minimum parcel size requirements and are classified as farm under the Assessment Act, as well as in some industrial zones. Overall, the intent is to ensure kennels are appropriately located, well-managed, and compatible with surrounding uses. Outdoor retail sales. So outdoor retail sales regulation has been included in general regulations as this use is permitted in the CZB across a number of commercial and industrial zones. This avoids repeating the same requirements within each individual zone. An example of an outdoor retail sales is kind of like an outdoor garden center that you would see associated with another retail component. This regulation establishes a limit to the extent of outdoor retail sales on a parcel and includes basic siting requirements such as setbacks. It also provides some flexibility by exempting certain uses such as building supplies, sales, and lumber yards where outdoor storage and display are a fundamental part of the operation. Ooh, another good one. Portable containers, shipping containers is a new regulation that's being added to the CZB. It's developed in response to the increasing demand to this use. Currently, portable containers are not broadly permitted in most zones, so this regulation introduces a consistent framework to allow them in appropriate locations. The regulation establishes limits based on zone and parcel size, helping to ensure that the scale of the use is appropriate to the property. It also does not permit portable containers within the growth containment boundary, where a more dense form of development is expected through the OCP policy, which is in accordance with the OCP. Meaning that land within the growth containment boundary is kind of set aside for greater density, so there's really no room for portable containers at that point. In addition, it includes siting, setbacks, and screening requirements to minimize impacts on neighboring properties, along with restrictions on visibility, safety, and placement. So we'll combine the question section after.
Thank you very much. So this last set of general regulations have implications across a diversity of zones and zone types. There are many different kinds of campgrounds, for example, from high-end commercial to agritourism to nonprofit organizations and their campgrounds. Campsites have previously been regulated through a separate bylaw, number 1520, which was developed in 1993. The CZB incorporates regulation from that bylaw and updates it, and this will allow for bylaw 1520 to be repealed should the CZB be adopted. The general regulation brings forward regulations around minimum sizes, setbacks, and buffers for tenting and RV sites, as well as servicing provision requirements like laundry and toilets. The regulations also include maximum length of stay for temporary campground operations. A renewable energy devices regulation has been added to the CZB to acknowledge the growing use of these devices on individual parcels. The regulation sets height and setback requirements for solar energy devices and micro wind turbine systems. The residential shelter general regulation incorporates recommendations from the 2026 Emergency Shelter and Supportive Housing Siting Policy. It brings forward regulations from that policy, including setback requirements for residential shelter uses from uses like the P1 zone, school or daycare uses, or park and playground uses. The regulations also provide requirements for outdoor amenity space screening and buffering. A new setbacks general regulation specific to watercourse setbacks and floodplain elevations has been developed to provide a consistent and modern approach to setting and measuring setbacks. The regulation introduces setbacks based on different watercourse types, including major rivers, other streams, and the ocean, and ditches. It also regulates setbacks for adjacent agricultural uses to watercourses. The regulation also provides minimum floodplain elevations for any parcel where there's no CVRD flood management bylaw in effect. In addition to the key regulations reviewed above, the following is a list of other general regulations contained in the CZB. Many of these are brought forward from existing zoning bylaws, policies, or precedents. Just for your information, there are 44 general regulations in total in the CZB. As a reminder, it's important to consider general regulations in concert with zone regulations to form a complete picture of what is permitted and regulated on a given parcel. Part 5 of the CZB is subdivision regulations, which provide important guidance on if and how a parcel of land can be subdivided. Whoops.
I think we're going to pause there. We're doing, this is all general.
Oh, right.
Yeah, take questions
Right.
at general.
We had the question mark in
Yes.
the wrong place.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good. Okay. You are just moving us on through.
We are doing our best, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have Director Acton online to start. You're muted.
Thank
Oh,
you.
there you go.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me now, okay? I just put my
Yes, we
headset on.
can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to discuss the food trucks, which I think is great. It's been years that the community has wanted that. I wonder if you looked at maybe the design charrette for Shawnigan. It was a hot topic too on that one. I didn't see this, but I hope it includes parks, at least when you have a parks permit, because that was where I've heard a lot of complaints of it not being permitted because people have events in the park or you have regattas, and then that brings me to the 8-hour limit, which is also an issue. So I hope that there's going to be a way to have some flexibility either through temporary use permits or something.
Okay, over to staff.
Through to the chair, we did discuss this with the Parks Division, and they do not, did not want the, to take on the liability of a food truck on public land. So that is why it is not brought forward in the CZB as a permitted use, and a TUP, it depends. It would really, it's public land, and the Parks Department as well as this board would have to decide if that is an appropriate use of the land at that time. And I apologize, I forgot the second question. Oh, the hours, sorry. That's there as well because we are trying to recognize that a food truck might be taking away business from a restaurant, an established, brick and mortar restaurant, and they are supposed to be mobile units. They are not supposed to be fixed in place. That's not what a food truck is. So we are trying to show that a food truck really is a temporary structure, temporary structure on a place that leaves, because if we have a food truck permanently there, we might as well build almost like a little restaurant kiosk, like what you would find in Cowichan Bay. They do have one restaurant in particular. I don't know what it's called, but I know it sells seafood-ish items. They only have a takeout window, and then they have a separate seating area that's independent. But really, a food truck is supposed to be a temporary thing, which is going to events, it's going to places like carnivals and things like that on a temporary basis. It's not supposed to take away from the restaurant, like a permanent restaurant. So that was the reasoning behind the time limits.
Yeah, so just my comment of, it could be a 3-day festival or something that's longer than 8 hours. So I guess just to have some flexibility there, but Mr. Chair, it needs to be discussed further for sure on the parks part. That first of all, I don't think Parks Department should have made that decision that they didn't want to take that liability. That is a board decision that should have come to us. And it's something that the community's been asking for years. And we have tons of documentation to that effect as well. So it's not just something that I've created at this moment. So I think this is a real issue that it's a request from the community. The community wants it. It's how the people want to live, and they want food trucks to be able to, and these are coming from our groups, like the music in the park people, the Arts Guild having an art show in the park, and even we've had Canada Day things, and then we have a food truck issue because the Lions are trying to do a food truck. So this is definitely something that needs to come. Either we are, I want to make sure that do we need a motion that this comes back in a timely manner? This definitely needs to be part of the CZB.
So there's a process question. Ms. Cheroff.
Yep. Through you, Chair. Sorry, I had a bit of a frog in my throat. I think it might be appropriate if the committee's seeking specific input from the Parks Division, that there be a request that the Parks Division come back with a report on issues and opportunities respecting food trucks or any other uses in parks as part of the CZB, so that you're hearing from them directly, as opposed to our development services staff trying to kind of be an intermediary.
That, excuse me, can I comment? That
please go
has
ahead.
been requested from Parks.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive we actually check our motions from the board that we have requested that.
Yeah, and I'm just leery to have things sort of fall out of the umbrella of this project. So I'm wondering if Ms. Wright could have maybe give some thought to how we, before the end of this meeting, we could come back to whether you need a referral or you need something from us to bring this issue and potentially others.
So, through the chair, or to you, sorry, Mr. Chair, what Ms. Sherrill said would be the best course of action is that, one division cannot direct another division to come back on something, so it would be at your...
Okay. So I'll make a list right now. I'll start food trucks at the top about, and when we get to the end, we'll look for a motion. Perhaps Director Acton, you'd have something crafted. Anything further? Hearing none, we have...
I have shipping container questions, but just the use of those shipping containers can sometimes hold an office or a spare bedroom. Or is that being considered?
Over to you. Yeah.
So I would, I don't want to speak for building services, however, we have Ian McDonald here, but in order to... That's a different level of occupancy. So the way we have considered shipping containers is in terms of storage on the land, as opposed to requiring a different level of occupancy, which would require a building permit. It doesn't mean to say that you can't go through a building permit process to do it. However, that is not the intent of that general regulation.
Okay, Director Acton. All right, moving on, Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say I wholeheartedly agree with the comments of Director Acton regarding the food trucks. I have a question about, so I learned here, Area A has been the only one that's been allowed food trucks, so maybe that's why I'm familiar with them. And primarily I'm familiar with ice cream trucks that park for the whole summer in one spot. So I'm really concerned about the time limitations. I don't think we should have that. And I think needs to be consideration about this idea of taking away business from a restaurant, particularly when it's something like ice cream. It's like accessory to the restaurant and is often a draw for more people. And I also think that these commercial centers, they're the ones kind of moderating this. They're inviting, at least in Area A, they're inviting these food trucks to come and park and pay a rental fee or however it works. But it's, the competition between restaurants is kind of managed at that level. So, just sharing that concern around the time limitations and the competition with other restaurants.
So there wasn't a real question, but just to respond, and with all due respect, just to respond, I'm noting it now regarding review time limitations. That was there in review of other local government food truck related bylaws, and it was kind of brought forward because other bylaws have that. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to be brought forward in the CZB. However, the longer a food truck's in place, from what I've kind of gathered of the ones that are, popping up, the more permanent structures that seem to be built around them. And that's where we kind of run into it's not temporary anymore, and the necessary permits around what structures are being built around them are not being done. So that leads to other enforcement areas or things, as well as the fact that food trucks, from what I've noticed in our community, are being put on in parking lots. Well, food trucks come with parking requirements or not. People are driving to food trucks, increasing the the extent of parking required, but also it might be taking away from parking, which means like a less permanent wording which is where we were going on it. Restaurant, when it is on a lot, the restaurant seating capacity is taken into consideration for the parking requirements. It's not necessarily the same as a food truck because it's not supposed to be there permanently. That's in the essence of a food truck. However, I do note your time limits on there.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up for you, just about, there's a number of things now that different directors have mentioned of kind of highlighted issues, and staff are taking notes and will review. I'm afraid I'm going to forget. And so just looking for some guidance from you as to how to follow up on all these things.
I know our parliamentarian has been busy typing. Are you got a little bit of a list started, or a little one? Okay, so, but I'd say also please make a note in front of yourselves, because at the end of the day we want to sort of make sure we capture them that need to have further exploration. We have Director Morrison and then Deck, Wilson, Nicholson. So Director Morrison.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm hoping staff are taking lots of notes. I've got some here. I want to speak on a couple of things. First of all, just in general, we're doing a lot of regulation of stuff that I'm just wondering, does it need regulation? And yes, I understand it all traces back to the MOCP, but I want to go to the campground bylaw and those regulations, because I think I saw 1993 was the date of the original bylaw. I'm looking to Mr. Tippett because he might have the background here. So whatever bylaw we've had for creation of campgrounds, I don't know that it's really worked all that well, because I can't recall a campground being created, and we desperately need them in the Cowichan Lake area. So I'm just wondering if the provisions that we're talking about in the CZB, are they likely to encourage the establishment of campgrounds more so than the current wildly successful campground bylaw that we have? Any thoughts on that, Mr. Tippett or Ms. Wright?
Bev has a thought.
Just one, though, so don't get too excited. There actually have been a couple of campgrounds created recently through comprehensive development zones. You may recall at Laketown Ranch that there is the comprehensive development zoning there permits the establishment of festival campground, which completely varied all of the provisions of the campsite bylaw. And then the other one is through the formerly the CD3 zone, which was a mixed residential and campground type zone. And so my understanding is that campground has been developed.
Okay, thank you for that. And I understand the Laketown Ranch was like a very specific related to another principal activity. I'm thinking of the campground where people go on the weekend and pitch a tent or drive an RV in, and there's a real shortage of that. So if this is enhancing the possibility of that happening, great. I just saw more regulation, which maybe I'm talking about, what was the term we used? Rustic campsites, and I know that's a bone of contention for staff, but.
If I can just respond to that as well, Director Morrison through the chair. It's the regulations are the same between what was in the bylaw and what is in the proposed CZB, except that we've taken out a lot of the extraneous ones.
Thank you.
And focused it.
And we have Mr. Tippett.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't disagree with what Director Morrison said. I mean, and that was just confirmed, I think, by Bev, that we've basically reprised the old regulations in this this thing you see in here, out of the campground standards bylaw. But Bev also did point out a couple of new campsites. Regarding rustic camping, we had a bit of a discussion around that because it's largely in the F1 zone, thinking of Heather and, those other ones around Cowichan Lake and so forth. None of them would conform to that bylaw as such because there are requirements for, a service building with plumbing and whatnot, and they're rustic. I mean, that's the whole point of them. We will probably discuss it again and see if there's anything that we can come up with, but at the moment they wouldn't be subject to this, and I don't know that the existence of this regulation in the bylaw would encourage anyone to want to create a campground, but we're hopeful that they will anyway.
Thank you for that. Containers prohibited from, what are we calling them? Not the urban containment.
Growth containment boundary.
Growth containment boundary. I have to challenge that notion unless there's some strong foundation. Yes, we don't want containers imported into the growth containment boundary to be used on a permanent basis. So my question is, there's lots of good reasons for people to purchase containers, use them for a period of time, and then resell them again. And that's sounding like it might fall into a TUP guideline. But there's not all growth containment boundaries are cheek by jowl postage stamp lots where a prohibition makes sense. So is there some work around the flat out prohibition within the growth containment boundary to allow for, an appropriate use of a container?
Yes, there is, through the chair. We can remove that and kind of review the regulation based on parcel size, meaning I think our smallest parcel size, don't quote me on this, might be, let's say, 666 square meters, which is quite small. That wouldn't permit one because you wouldn't have room for parking your house, maybe a detached suite or carriage house. So we would look at it more in that light as opposed to if you're within or without the growth containment boundary.
Just thank you for that.
One more?
I just said I don't think, at least in my community, I don't think there is a single lot that's that 676,675 square feet, meters, whatever they are. So thank you for that. I would appreciate some consideration in that front. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, because my community of my diamond will thank you because they're within a growth containment boundary. And they have running the same thing. So we have Director Deck, Wilson, and Nicholson. Director Deck.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really grateful for all the hard work that went into this. It's mind-boggling. I can't imagine what goes on inside your noggins or smutkins to make this happen. But and I'm feeling pretty reassured that there will be opportunities for a lot of public input, and the concern I'm hearing most is about fences and elk being, superheroes at jumping over them. So I feel, and just for my community's reassurance, will they have an opportunity to speak about how high they'd like the fences to be?
Are we into that section? Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
it wasn't we're now at any section because
Okay.
Bev did talk about the list of all of them. So
Right,
fences
okay.
was not one we were going to talk about in length, only because for the most part, the regulations were just brought forward of what the zones currently say. So we didn't, for the most part, lower or increase the height in a typical zone. So that doesn't mean if you're now designated something else, the fence height didn't change, but it means, changes in terms of fence height were not really there. However, I do understand, what people are saying now, especially in a more rural area, and I was thinking last night that maybe we need to, in a rural area, increase the height based on, the animals that might exist there. However, in the village of Cobble Hill, there's now sometimes elk as well. So it doesn't really make sense. However, in rural residential zoning, because agricultural, the Right to Farm Act has different provisions for fences and things like that. So we're not going to go on the agricultural side of it, but for forestry and rural residential land, we can definitely look at it from a more like a perspective of elk. And yes, so the community during that time will be able to also comment on it. However, I did also do a quick look last night about what other regional districts in particular do for fencing heights. They go a little higher than what's permitted now. I think it's 6 feet, and some of them might go up to 8. I saw one post last night saying like a 12-foot, and I can't find precedent from another bylaw saying, you know, that permits that. Meaning we, in this process, would never not really have gone outside that box, and a 12-foot high fence, that's big, you know, so we're trying to, we're a regional district. The more rural you get, the more rural it is. However, there's still a neighborhood component to residential land, regardless of parcel size. So a 12-foot high fence in your front yard could really change the feel of a neighborhood. That's what we're thinking of.
Thank you. And I just want to add that there are ways to turn a 10-foot fence or an 8-foot fence into something that will prevent the elk from jumping over to the little banners and so on. And yeah, so yeah, a reasonable elk-proof style fence would make many people happy.
I have some people in my neighborhood that want to understand how you can proof an elk, but we'll get back to you. Director Wilson online.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And then the subject of food trucks and restaurants, there being competition. I'm not sure that they may be some, you know, obviously some real problems with that. But one of the things about a food truck in the area of a restaurant or a pub, as in Cobble Hill, is that it allows other people to with children, with pets or whatever, to come along and actually sit outside, socialize, where they may not be allowed to take those kids and dogs into the pub with them. So I think this idea of the food trucks, and in particular, the semi-permanent ones, like for instance the one we've got down in our area here, where it is semi-permanent in as much as it's not there 12 months of the year. And I think Director Segal has referred to this as well. Yes, there may be some parking problems if it's in a car park, but so far from what I've seen, and I can only speak from my own experience, it's not been a real problem. So I'd like to look at those aspect as well, where we can say to these folks, look, yes, you're there. Yes, you need services and grey water and all the rest of it. But can we think about leaving them alone without too much coming down on top of them? And that's my big fear.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I think we've added the food truck is on the list for end of the meeting to be moved for some more discussion.
Yeah, and I saw the term food vendor as well. That's in there. That should be
duly noted.
Addition, I think.
Duly noted. Okay, thank you for that. We have Director Nicholson and then Morrison. Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through these in order. 4.6. So why should we consider whether B&Bs need to be in the main house? Could they not be in a suite?
The reason, sorry, through the chair, the reason that wasn't changed is because I know Mike Tippett has spent, you know, the past year and a bit on the, you know, the suite amendments as well as the short-term rental amendments. So that was kept there on purpose, just because the amendments were more recent. So that's why it's still, it's written as it is now in the recently amended bylaws.
I understand that, and I was hoping that the zoning, this CZB would be able to address these, what I think are fairly old-fashioned rules around bed and breakfast. And then on the campsite standards, requiring flush toilets and laundry facilities to me seems really out of whack when there are things like vault toilets and so forth that are, you know, good eco-friendly public options. So again, I think we're being too restrictive. Equestrian centers, I was a bit confused when I read this. I like the fact that you can only have an equestrian center when you've got 4 hectares or greater, but it didn't, and I didn't have time to go through and check all the zones, but it didn't seem to me that it had been applied consistently.
Sorry, could you expand on that? Not being applied consistently?
Well, I was just I'm just going through Area E and looking at all the different zones, and then when I see them, I check what they're allowed to do, and I just vaguely remember, I didn't have time to check this, I vaguely remember there were being equestrian centers allowed in zone that might have been less than 4 hectares. But
okay.
I can look at that. And then forestry use. Why can you only do forestry on lands classified as private managed forest land?
Okay. Great question. So through the chair, we had a lot of feedback from APC's round 1 because the forestry zone and the forestry use general regulation was discussed during that time. We have substantially changed it to be in, we took out anything that was repetitive of other legislation, like provincial legislation. It's only permitted because in order to do forestry, you need to be a participant and a member of the PMFL, private managed forest land, or be doing it under the Forestry Act, is my understanding from the province. Meaning, people see that you can do forestry, they just look at their zone and they're like, oh, I can do forestry. Well, forestry doesn't mean you can cut down the trees without a program to replant, because forestry is meant to continue the sustainable growth of that resource, meaning you have a replanting plan and it's signed off and it's an agreement with another level of government. And so we are trying to be less prescriptive in the language on it. However, it's still a regulated use through the province.
So I know of lots of situations where people have forestry zoned land that they are not part of the private managed forest land, but they, have practiced forestry. So what I'm understanding from you is that they are not allowed to do that?
They aren't now allowed to do that. So our DPAs would apply to tree cutting at a large scale if you were not part of the PMFL private managed forest land program, or part of doing forestry as under the Forestry Act. So our DPAs would apply otherwise, which would be quite, especially when you talk about the size of the lands that most forestries, most properties that permit forestry have, the amount of wetlands on there are huge, however. So DPAs would apply in that case.
I get all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not what I've seen. So should we say classified as private managed forest land or done under the Forest Act?
I think the definition of forestry, sorry if I wander over here for 1 second. So the draft definition in the CZB currently says forestry use means all activities related to the development, care of forests, and the removal of harvestable timber stocks. And I don't have the general reg in front of me, but the general reg would be where it talks about the provincial.
So what I think I'm hearing though then is you can't go and log your property unless you're private managed forest land.
Or unless you're a farm for farm use.
We haven't been.
But that legislation's always been in play. It's just misunderstood. It's the same as the
We haven't been
dog.
enforcing that at all.
No.
Okay. So 4.23, this is a small thing. You're talking about landscape screening. I really think with our more wildfire, we should have something in there about fire-resistant landscape screening. We shouldn't be planting more big cedar hedges. And the shipping containers one, 4.26, the Coke Silo business area is within a growth containment boundary, and there's I can think of at least one lot that's used that got covered with shipping containers. So is that going to be restricted in the future?
Well, we just, sorry, through the chair, Director Morrison did bring it up, and so I've already kind of crossed it off. So I was going to go and review the bylaw later and take the reference to the growth containment boundary out of that section.
Okay. And so then on 4.32, we talk about sawmills. And I remember we had a lot of problems with the sawmill. It wasn't supposed to be there, I don't think, or anyway, in Cobble Hill, that caused a lot of bylaw enforcement problems. But it does seem to me that there should be something about what's the distance from housing, right, between a sawmill. I don't know if there's any between from residents that limits the hours of operation so that they can't just do it around the clock.
Sawmills are now or proposed to be covered by the temporary use permit policy or portable sawmills. Permanent ones where they're permitted. I can see what you're saying. So.
Yeah. Okay. So and then on this idea of riparian setback, the Cox Isla stuff, I really think that the setback issues need to be thought through a little bit more carefully for that watershed.
Can you just give?
I'll have to go back and look at the details, but I'm a little bit concerned there. And then 4.36. Are there any zones at this time which permit short-term rentals?
So Mike Tippett, through the chair, Mike Tippett did go through that process during. When that was being reviewed. We haven't added any more because of the decisions made for that. However, we have added more tourist commercial new C5 zones in alignment with the OCP designation of tourist, I think it's called tourist commercial as well, which would permit short-term rentals. Another backing it up. The regulations aren't changing from what Mike did. We are still proceeding with the TUP policy or the implementation of it through that way. So we have not permitted it in new zones where it's not currently permitted because the decision's been made recently to follow down the TUP path. And that way it doesn't need to be outright said in each zone because it's supposed to be temporary until you rezone.
Okay, I'll have to follow up with you on that. I don't understand. And then 4.43, why are veterinary clinics restricted to on lots that have farm classification and a 2 hectare, I think it was, size of lot?
So I think the preamble to that section says on agricultural land. If you have it in front of you there, if you could confirm what the first sentence says on there. Veterinary clinics, though, in the zoning bylaw are permitted. That regulation, and I'll have to go make sure it's clearly said, that regulation's for veterinary clinics that we are now going to be permitting on agricultural land. So we've expanded that use, and that was, we talked about that the first round of APC meetings as well. So we've expanded the permitted use to permit an agricultural clinic on ALR land. That would require application process through the ALC as well because they don't outright permit it, but at least our zoning would. Because what we heard from, what I've heard in the veterinary community is that, in the valley ourselves, we have, I don't know if there's many options for standalone veterinary clinics for large livestock animals and stuff. There are some vets that kind of travel, but we don't have almost a farm operation for that. So that's where that came from, so that we would permit a veterinary clinic on agricultural land.
Okay,
yes.
got it. It's just for agriculture.
Yes. So in other zones, actually, veterinary clinic's an incredibly permitted use throughout the CZB in almost all commercial and industrial zones.
All right. We've captured a few of those, but in case, maybe if there's anything that you particularly want at the end, hang on to that. Director Morrison and Segal. Dr. Morrison.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I won't hold the committee hostage on more food truck discussion because I think we're going to have some a little bit later on, but Director Acton made some good points about food trucks, asset naming, and outdoor celebration bookings that I think are board resolutions on file that have yet to be acted on. So I think I'm going to need to, don't have to do it today, but drill down more into the forestry designation and use and the likes, because there's a fair bit going on with PMFL members unregistering their properties for property tax purposes that I think have an implication here. And there's also, I think there was some discrepancy between the number of properties that were too small to meet the PMFL's qualification regulations that were engaged in forestry activities, but there's now going to be a challenge around residential use of those. So just if you could make note that I'd like some greater clarification, because I believe there's more properties in Area F that will be impacted by CZB and the MOCP regulations around smaller lot forestry. So I just raised that now, and we can have a discussion offline. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it is on the list. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. So I have 3 questions about things that are not mentioned. The first one is just dark skies. I know there's a bunch of reference to lighting, and I know Area D was the only zoning bylaw that had a real reference to dark skies, so I'm just wondering how that's integrated. And then I'm just wondering if you can comment on view corridors along Malahat Drive, which is something I've had a number of conversations over the years, and I don't know where that's at. And then just RVs and tiny homes. Wondering what thoughts are from staff's perspective.
Okay, great. Dark skies. We aren't really talking about it in the CZB, so if you would like it included, I would, or further thought to it, please put it forward later. The Malahat View Corridor, so we have done extensive work on that. We have a draft, however, it is, when we commissioned a consultant to do the work that are registered landscape architects, so they would be the best to kind of inform how planting happens, we didn't realize the extent of the regulation that they would put forward for us. It is ginormous and too big for this portion. So we are going to recommend that it happen in phase 2, or just independently, not even phase 2, but just after, if the CZB proceeds, because 1, it only applies, or will maybe only apply to Area A, and 2, we would like, the level of consultation is quite, or the level of a nuanced approach in it is quite convoluted. It takes into consideration if your lot is already, paved, where you are, if you have neighbors, like it really thought through the process in a way that was not anticipated by staff. And so if it does get brought forward in a CZB at a later date after the adoption, it would be a separate part because it's too big for a general regulation. And number 3, RV and tiny homes. So we must remain silent on those. We do not regulate the minimum size of a residential dwelling still. However, they require a building permit. An RV or a tiny home that's on wheels, from my understanding, is not eligible to get a building permit for full-time occupancy like that. And we can't, that requires a whole other level ballgame in terms of building permit process and permissions. We can't support that at this time with this. However, the regulation that's, forgive me, I don't know exactly the wording, but anywhere in the bylaw where it says you can have a single residential dwelling, that term is interchangeable with a modular home or a manufactured home, or what's the other one? Modular, sorry. Modular and manufactured homes. So on any parcel, for instance, in the cluster residential zone, there's one that exists now in Area D, but we are still bringing forward that same type of zoning. You would be able to have like a modular home or a smaller home community that is tiny by nature, but is not on wheels. So it's all about building permit and life safety, essentially.
One follow-up? Yep. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thanks. So my memory is jogging. Is this mostly related to the restrictions of the BC Building Code for the tiny homes? Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And we have Mr. Tippett, I believe.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you. Yes, it was just in trying to respond to the question about the dark skies thing. Excuse me. The proper way to try to regulate dark skies is in two bylaws other than zoning. One type would be works and services, where you can actually interdict ornamental street lighting, or where you permit it, specify the angle at which the light's emitted from the source and the height above the ground. And the second one, if we're not talking about street lighting being the source of it, just flood lights on people's houses and things like that, that's properly dealt with in a nuisance bylaw. So I don't know that the the CZB rather can directly deal with that, but I hear what you're saying, and I know this is an important issue in a number of electoral areas. So that's something we could maybe explore.
Yeah, the one other location is in with respect to signs. So if there's lighting in association to signs, then there is the ability to address the dark skies issues in that part of the bylaw. But yeah, Mr. Tippett's correct. I think the right place is the works and services. And then obviously we can address it through development permit guidelines, which won't be applicable to single detached dwellings, but multi-unit development, commercial or industrial development, we can apply it there.
I think that's just about it. But before we move on, there's only one comment I have, and it's around the topic of prohibited uses, and it's about the number. There's from A to X, I believe, is what's listed. Just to let you know, currently in Area H, we're A to G. So there's a lot of additional prohibited uses that I think my community and maybe other communities will be going like, whoa, these are new. So is this, after first reading, is that when people should be sending in their comments around it? Or how are you going to collect to make sure that those are going to meet the community's wishes?
Right, and so fair question, but that will be through the engagement process. We do want to hear from the community, and it's not to say that on that list it can't say, prohibited use of. Honestly, I don't even know what's on the list anymore. But it doesn't say it can say in brackets beside it excluding Area H, and so it would apply to all areas except Area H if that was the thing. So it's not saying that list can be refined as we move forward.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to make sure that people listening.
So also, for instance, we would be heavily relying on APCs to provide that feedback, as of course community comment as well, but APCs are the ones that we are going to be walking through this at a table with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, that's good. Great. Director Morrison?
Yeah, thanks. Just, I don't know if this is the right spot, but we've talked about containers, and we've also talked about camping. I'm wondering where we have captured anything around RVs, and I know that we have a real challenge with them as a residential housing type. But the practical reality is there's a lot of people housed in them right now. So is there any appropriately zoned lands in the CVRD where they can legally be, for lack of a better term, parked?
So, a campground would be one that they could park on a temporary basis on camping. However, I do want to point out this conversation has happened at the ASC in the recent, well, not too recent, but it has happened. They're not permitted permanent residential use because there's a lot of issues with venting and moisture and flammable. They're very flammable. They go up, if they go up, very quickly. The Emergency Services Division or Department, EMC Cowichan is what I'm referring to. They do on-call emergency management. So when a fire breaks out, for instance, in the middle of the night, and emergency management is called out to help relocate the person or people temporarily, I did help with that for a couple of years. 9 out of 10 times the call-outs were for campers the fires and campers, and it is devastating, and it's not. They burn faster than what people realize, and it's very unsafe. So that's why, one, we haven't pursued it before the CZB, and we have not continued to pursue it in the CZB as a permanent place for people to live, and we can't acknowledge it in that way at this time through the building code.
And I think it's under prohibited uses number W.
And if it should be, and it would have just been brought forward from one or more current zoning bylaws.
Okay, how are we doing, everybody? Moving on? Okay, move on. Sorry, I just
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch the hand. Go ahead, Director Acton.
Thank you. I just wanted to be part of the, well, we're calling it dark skies, but I think it should be called like decorative lights. And it's actually a growing issue that can't be addressed at the development permit stage, because this is happening later where people are purchasing 20 strings of huge light bulbs from Costco, and we're in rural areas and their properties are completely lit up. Can be sometimes, like I've seen one property that looks like a used car lot where it just has like so many strings of lights. And so this is actually, so should like I don't want to lose this opportunity to have staff come back with something. Is this a bylaw, a separate bylaw issue, or a CZB? Like I think it should be included. This is a really emerging issue.
Over to Ms. Charoff.
Thank you, Chair. I've confirmed with my colleague, Mr. Tippett, that the appropriate place for that to be dealt with, the nuisance issue, is in the nuisance bylaw, and I think that we will flag that. Mr. McDonald's here as well, and we'll discuss that with the bylaw enforcement team and how we could potentially revise the nuisance bylaw to incorporate that.
Okay, great. Director Acton?
So for clarity, you don't need any kind of motion from us today. That's going to happen anyway.
That's what it sounds like. Oh, sorry, Director.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Sheriff?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Ms. Sheriff, if you want to go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. We already have direction through your strategic plan.
Okay, good. All right.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, just testing it. I just want to check briefly on one thing before we continue. Okay, good. All right. We'll continue on then. Next section.
So I'm just going to go back here. Oh, wait, did I lose it? Okay, so we are briefly going to go over subdivision briefly. So part 5 of the CZB is subdivision regulations, which provide important guidance on if and how a parcel of land can be subdivided. The regulations cover topics around the size, shape, dimension for parcels resulting from subdivision, how features like streams and transportation corridors are considered, and other details like density averaging, access, and other requirements that must be fulfilled. Each time someone applies to subdivide a parcel, the subdivision regulations must be met, along with other provincial requirements. Key updates for the subdivision in the regulations include establishment of a clear and consistent section, title and content for subdivision regulations, along with new requirements based on emerging information such as, for example, updated watercourse setbacks to reflect the current environmental regulations. So, meat and potatoes of zoning. We've left, and so questions for subdivision would be at the end of this section here, now that we're moving forward. We're now going through the establishment of zones, and we'll be going through highlights of the zones that we've established. So the CZB has been developed to implement the policy direction of the OCP. The proposed zones align with the OCP land use designations and policy objectives, providing a clear and consistent framework to guide future development across the electoral areas. In total, the CZB includes 36 standard zones and 33 comprehensive development, or CD zones, which is reduced from the over 350 zones that currently exist in all of our zoning bylaws combined. This section of the bylaw provides a comprehensive list of all the zones, showing how each one corresponds to the OCP designation, includes a clear zone purpose describing the intent, as you see there in the example on the screen, showing the intent of each zone. This is a new feature of the CZB, which for the CZB, it's currently within the Area D zoning bylaw. However, it's not found in any others, and it serves as a helpful reference to understand the overall zoning framework at a glance. The next sections of the presentation will focus on introducing each of the zones within the CZB. One of the key goals of the CZB has to bring together information from multiple zoning bylaws, each with their own structure and format, into a consistent and user-friendly framework, meaning each zone follows the same structure. So right now you can look in some zoning bylaws and you'll have permitted uses, accessory uses, then maybe subdivision. Each zone is ordered the same way. So it starts with principal permitted uses, then goes on to accessory permitted uses, conditions of use, maximum density, parcel coverage, buildings height, setbacks, subdivision regulations, and servicing requirements. A key objective in developing the CZB has been to avoid creating unintended legal non-conforming uses. This could occur where permitted uses under existing zoning are not carried forward into the new bylaw. While some nonconformities may be appropriate where directed by OCP policy, the intent has been to ensure that any such instances are deliberate and policy-driven. To support this, the CZB has introduced a combination of site-specific regulation tables and comprehensive development zones. We'll talk about CD zones later in the presentation. So in some existing bylaws, unique zones were created for very specific circumstances, usually only applying to one single parcel. In the CZB, many of these have been streamlined through site-specific tables now found within broader zones, allowing those existing one-off uses to continue without requiring a separate zone and keeping them legal with the current zone CZB. In other cases, particularly where a site has been more complex or there are unique regulations, CD zones have been retained or created based on the existing zones to ensure provisions are clearly and appropriately captured, meaning the CD zones that have been introduced that are new have been taken from zones that currently exist. A good example is, I believe, the R4 zone in Area B. It is for our eco-village. It is now a CD zone as opposed to being found within the residential section of the zones. Together, these tools allow the CZB to consolidate the zoning framework while preserving existing legal uses, supporting consistency, clarity, and ease of administration. The public engagement process will also provide an opportunity to confirm that existing uses and regulations have been appropriately carried forward as the bylaws refined. I'm going to pass it on to Bev Suderman now.
Thank you very much. So the agricultural zones in the CZB are in Part 7, which is agricultural and forest resource zones, and they are basically two zones. These zones are intended to support agricultural use of the lands designated agricultural in the OCP and prevent the conversion of agricultural land into residential use. The 2025 OCP indicates that agricultural lands should accommodate the provincial ALR use regulations that permit a variety of farming and non-farming activities supporting the agricultural sector. The OCP also includes specific guidance on housing density for agricultural lands, including a limit to the number and size of residences on agriculturally zoned lands, guidance which has been incorporated into the CZB. This excerpt from the Establishment of Zones table shows the relationship between the OCP designation of agricultural and the two agricultural zones proposed for the CZB. Any land with an agricultural designation in the OCP is in one of these two zones. The purpose of both zones is to support the OCP policy of maintaining lands for agricultural use and supporting farming, with the primary difference being whether the parcel is within the ALR, which is zoned A1, or if it's outside the ALR, in which case it's zoned A2. The following table provides a summary of key highlights from the A1 and A2 zones. Both zones support a broad range of agricultural principal permitted uses, including all types of agriculture, including livestock and agricultural crops production and processing, alcohol production facilities, recognizing the emerging winery, cidery, and distillery market, as well as forestry uses. The A1 zone includes all uses permitted under the ALC land use regulation and includes cannabis production as a principal permitted use. The A1 zone also permits as accessory uses all those supported by the ALC Act, including abattoirs, agritourism, equestrian centers, farm retail sales, daycares, roadside stands, kennels, vet clinics, home-based businesses, and more. The A2 zone permits a narrower list, excluding accessory uses like abattoirs, agritourism, and farm retail sales, but including cannabis production as an accessory permitted use. Residential uses include a single detached dwelling plus an attached suite or a second single detached dwelling in the A1 zone or an attached or detached suite in the A2 zone. The regulations for both zones require residential uses to be sited within a home plate if over 2,000 meters squares in area. The regulations provide maximum parcel coverages reflective of permitted uses. They also specify a minimum parcel size of 40 hectares for subdivision purposes. It's important to note that subdivision regulations affect only future subdivision, not properties that are currently smaller than 40 hectares in area. So what might this look like? What you see on the screen there is an AI-generated illustration, so please take it very much with a grain of salt, perhaps a whole spoonful, that brings together key agricultural zone regulations. So these key elements, as reflected in the image, include a large lot size with a minimum subdivision size of 40 hectares, support for a wide variety of agricultural uses, including livestock, crop production, processing, and the facilities required to maintain these activities, and residential uses, including a primary single detached dwelling, along with a suite or second detached dwelling, and other accessory residential uses contained within a single home plate. The forest resource zone, accommodates and regulates lands within the forestry and resources OCP land use designation. A key intent is to limit incremental erosion of forested lands through other uses like residential development or other activities that require clearing, which would impair the long-term viability of the CVRD's natural forest infrastructure. The OCP designates a forestry and resource land use. All F1 zone within the F1 zone within the CZB falls within this land use. The purpose of the land use in the OCP is to enable the extraction of natural resources such as forestry, gravel, and mines, with consideration for ecological impacts on biodiversity, soil health, and watersheds. The OCP limits housing on forestry and resource lands to one primary dwelling plus permitted suites. The CZB includes one forest resource zone that reflects the OCP's direction to maintain land for forestry use and support forestry practices. Highlights from the F1 zone in the CZB include a focused set of principal permitted uses that include only forestry, which includes all activities related to the development and care of forests and the removal of harvestable timber stocks, as well as agriculture and a single detached dwelling. Accessory uses are restricted to those related to residential use, like home-based business, bed and breakfast, daycare, or roadside stands. No other accessory uses are permitted. The updated definition for forestry includes the broad range of forestry uses that are within existing bylaws, including smaller parcels under 10 hectares may have one single detached dwelling plus one attached suite. Large parcels 10 hectares and over may have one single detached dwelling plus one attached and one detached suite. All residential dwellings must be sited no further than 70 meters from the front or exterior side parcel line, limiting potential impacts to forested lands behind. The area of buildings and structures permitted as parcel coverage on forestry lands is small and connected to parcel size to also protect the area maintained for forestry use. The minimum parcel size for the F1 zone is set to retain large forestry parcels intact. So, Our AI-generated illustration shows an example of what we could see within the F1 zone. Generally, these would be very large parcels, primarily with forest cover and potentially some agricultural uses. Residential uses would be limited in footprint size and located closer to front and side parcel lines to protect the remaining parcel for forestry. Did we not also have a slide for RC1?
Not there.
Not there.
Next section.
Next section. Okay. Questions?
Director Acton, you're online. You're up first.
Thank you. So at first, you mentioned the subdivision, no smaller than 40 hectares. So I'm wondering, around Area B, and particularly like around our containment boundary in the village, we have a lot of A2 land that does not make any sense. I think when it was designated was 50 years ago, or and it seemed quite random. Like almost none of it is being used in an agricultural way, and particularly like all along from Shawnigan to Mill Bay, it's becoming development and subdivisions. So I hope that the new designation and what's been added to the CZB isn't going to restrict people further or at least make it harder for them to rezone and develop, because I think the community sees all this A2 now as not as agricultural opportunities.
Over to you.
Through the chair. So it may have been initially designated multiple years ago. However, the OCP was recently adopted a few months ago, which designated land in accordance with recent engagement, meaning the CZB applied zoning in terms of the designations recently adopted by the board. So that doesn't, however, preclude someone from coming forward with an OCP amendment and corresponding rezoning application. However, the CZB zones match the designations that were currently adopted. So a rezoning application is at the discretion of the board, and so anyone's able to apply with a plan, if no different than now.
Can you highlight also the part about no smaller than 40 hectares? Is that A2 land cannot subdivide?
Correct. So A2, so agricultural resource 2, would not be able to subdivide unless you had 80 hectares, and you'd subdivide to two 40-hectare parcels. However, if you rezoned, and usually if people have, or developers or anyone has a big project, they usually rezone to a CD zone, and in that CD zone, through that process of developing that unique zone, a minimum subdivision size is prescribed in that zone.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up?
I don't think so, thanks.
Okay. We have Director Wilson, then Morrison, then Nicholson. Director Wilson online.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Forest resource is an interesting one, and it goes back to a question I asked earlier on. What if we've now designated this a lot as forest resource, and maybe in the past it was a forest resource, and it's now deforested, or has been for some time, and has had a residence on there which was established many, many, many years ago. Is there a problem here? If there is a residence on that land, which is quite large actually, I think about 5 acres, which is what, 2 hectares, something like that. Is there a problem as far as the designation is concerned with forest resource as opposed to rural residential?
Through the chair, in essence, no. A single residential dwelling is a principal permitted use in the F1 zone, meaning you don't need to be doing, prescribing to forestry through PMFL or the Forestry Act in order to have your residence on the lot. Whether it should be redesignated is a whole other question and out of scope with the zoning, with the CZB. That's not the purview of the bylaw. The purview of the bylaw was to implement zoning in accordance with the recently adopted designations.
Yeah, I think my main concern was there as it is now called forestry resource. The existing house won't come into any kind of penalties or examination, for want of a better term.
No, that's correct.
Grandfathered in.
Correct, and it's still permitted. It's not even the location of it is grandfathered in. However, the use overall is permitted. A single residential dwelling is permitted in the F1 zone.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions, but I want to go to the chart that you've got there because it's different than the wording that you had in the presentation. It's under zone purpose, and it's both the A1 and the forestry. There's the first few words are
which
it's the Part 7, Part 8 graph or chart.
So he's
Oh,
looking
sorry.
at the
Yes, I'm
actual
looking at it
CZB.
on my screen. Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
So, there's wording that says to maintain a suitable land base for agriculture, to maintain a suitable land base for forestry. What's suitable and who decides it?
In this case, it was the OCP land use designation that decided what was suitable for agriculture and for forestry.
Okay, it sounds a lot more broader reaching than that. And so I have the other question. I just realized that what you've designated here for the within 70 meters of the access is basically home plate for forestry. And it seems particularly odd to me that if someone's got a 100-acre forest resource parcel, and their home plate is going to be 5 acres of that, so 5% of that land base, I could see a whole bunch of really good reasons for not wanting to have my home plate right at the roadside. And that's the way a lot of the smaller lot forestry is developed in most of this region, where you can drive down roads and not see a home forever, but you see a bunch of driveways. And that's the natural tendency that people have is to put in a driveway, find a suitable building site on their property, and locate their forestry home plate there. But this zoning seems to prohibit that through this home plate 70 meters from the roadway. Is there solid rationale for that?
Ms. Wright, yeah.
Do you want to do it, or I want?
Well, we
I
can
think it also
tag
says
team
to
it.
the exterior line as well, but yeah.
So a primary consideration, especially given the increased frequency of forest fires, is the ability to evacuate people out of forested regions when there is a fire. And so if people are several kilometers into their parcel along a driveway, or even 1 kilometer, then that makes it very much more difficult for them to evacuate in that kind of a consideration. So community safety for a wildfire interface zone is a really key priority. The other priority, similar to the home plating rationale for agriculture, is to actually protect the lands for forestry uses.
Follow up, and I'm not going to debate, but 5% of 100 acres is 5 acres, whether it's along the roadside or whether it's inland a bit. So I think we're going to have some further discussion on that matter. Thank you.
I don't know if I should just broaden out the home plate on the list. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that, Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I'm wondering about A2 and F1 and why, if you allow agriculture, you're limiting some of the accessory uses like agritourism.
Through the chair. So agritourism is through, the concept came from the Agricultural Land Commission. And so we, as we kind of discussed the first round of the CZB with the APCs, that is a use that we are suggesting should be on ALR parcels only that have farm status of a certain size. One reason for that is because the ALC regulations would take precedent over ours. Two is the ALC has a bylaw officer, which they would be able to help us with through enforcement. And three is that we are trying to, it has been noted from the, higher levels of government that agritourism accommodation in particular is far-reaching accessory to agriculture. It's not actually a primary agricultural use. So we're really trying to make it so that resource land is used for that resource, or the land is kept intact for a future potential landowner who will use it for that resource. That's kind of the premise of it.
So agritourism and agritourism accommodation are the same thing?
Well, no, agritourism accommodation has to be associated with agritourism. Agritourism itself is, pumpkin patches and things like that.
Without the accommodation?
Correct.
So in general, I feel very strongly that with climate change and so forth, people should be worried about food security, and we should be encouraging as much as possible agriculture. And if you have farm status, then I think that you should have basically the same rules as AOC. Like I live on a small farm that's F1, and there are lots of people. We're right next to ALR land. It just happened that they didn't draw the line over our property because of the soils, but that doesn't mean we're not productive. And with climate change, I am anticipating we'll be more productive in the future if we have water. So I think we need to be flexible and really encourage food security. And I would also say on the F1, there are a lot of F1 rural residential folks who don't have large lots, that do not practice forestry, and may or may not do agriculture. And so I don't understand why no detached suite for them. Like, why do you have to have 10 hectares?
I can answer that. So in our current zones, they're going to have to forgive me, I don't remember which zoning bylaw or which zone. A detached suite in that case is in lieu of a second detached dwelling. So in some of our current forestry zones, they permit a second detached dwelling on parcels over 10 hectares. So instead of a second detached dwelling, we're saying a detached suite, along with an attached suite, meaning you would have, and as I said earlier, that the minimum or maximum size or the proposed maximum size is going up to 1,200 square feet. You could have essentially three very, large dwellings, or, a lot of residential square footage on your lot if you have a single residential dwelling, an attached suite, and a detached suite of those sizes.
So do I misunderstand? When I read it, I thought that you could not have a detached suite. You could only have an attached suite on an F1 property.
Right, but I think it says for parcels over 10 hectares, you can also have a detached suite.
Right, but many parcels are not over 10 hectares.
Right.
And so that seems limiting to me for those smaller lots to not be able to have a secondary dwelling.
Fair. So the rationale behind it was that in the current zones, it's generally on parcels over 10 hectares that permit a second residential dwelling. So that's where that number came from. So right now, the forestry zones, if I'm not mistaken, allow an attached or a detached. They don't permit both in many cases. So we are just trying to find a commonality.
Okay, so I don't think that's. I'll tell you my comments on that. And then, I think I agree that we need to look at the home plate requirements for F1. I'm just thinking about all the examples I have in my neighborhood on F1, and some of this stuff just won't work, and yeah. And maybe it doesn't matter if people have already built and so forth.
It doesn't matter if people have already built. It's for new builds. What we're seeing, as Ian McDonald can attest to, there are bylaw complaints where people have purchased F1 properties and are building, clearing large tracts of it and making, large residential estates, which is not the purpose of it. And we're trying to kind of not perpetuate that through this. So if that's where that's coming from, is not encouraging the conversion of resource land into large lot estates.
Yeah, I understand that and I agree completely, but if you are in the unfortunate instance where your house burns down, then you're limited.
Right, and you could also vary it through a process. It's not that you can't have your house back to where it was. It's for new construction, and maybe it could say that, or it wouldn't say that outright. It would be through a variance process. However, it would be the rationale would be, my house burned down, and the bylaw has changed since then. Or that's also could be considered a BOV, a Board of Variance process of hardship. Okay. There are ways around it. It is not a zoning bylaw is not meant to be a one-size-fits-all bylaw for every parcel and every circumstance, which is why the variance processes were introduced.
Anything further? Okay. I'm not seeing any of the other speakers. I did just want to...
Mike Wilson.
Oh, sorry?
Mike Wilson is on.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mike. Or Director Wilson.
Yeah, that's right. Mike is fine.
Okay.
Are we still on agricultural or are we on to Part 8 residential at the moment?
Oh, we're right at the end. Didn't you catch us?
Oh, I did, yeah. Right.
No, we're still in agriculture.
Okay, all right. Mine's in the next one then, Part 8.
Okay, thanks. I know the Area H APC was split on the A2 because of the 40 hectares size. And it was almost like the indication that if A2 goes to a 40 hectare subdivision size, that, people that I know that currently have A2 land is saying, I might as well be in the ALR. And I don't know if that's, because that was one of the reasons they bought the land in the first place, because they could have subdivided. I think if you mind correcting me, but what is it currently now?
It is the lowest in the A2, and you have A2A is 2 hectares.
Right.
So the reasoning behind that number is that what we hear time and time again from the Ministry of Agriculture and the ALC, and I understand we're not talking about ALR land, however, they have talked significantly over the years about the fragmentation that happens when the parcel sizes are too small and the ability to farm land. They have told us many times that statistically we have a far greater percentage of smaller lot agricultural land, and our bigger ones are just dwindling, meaning we're trying to preserve the bigger ones. Doesn't mean you can't rezone to site-specific rezoning to permit a smaller permitted size of your parcel in order to subdivide. However, it does mean we are trying to show the community that we're serious about preserving resource land for resource purposes, and subdivision for residential intent on resource land is not within the scope, is not in compliance with the land use designations applied to the land. So that's where that's coming from, is that we have numbers not in front of me, and they aren't mine, they're the Ministry of Agriculture's, in terms of how big our lot sizes are and how much we have subdivided, and they call it death by 1,000 cuts. At some point, we are trying to stop that pattern and make a more prescribed approach to encouraging greater density in the areas prescribed by the OCP, which is on the residentially designated lands, and keeping larger lots for resource production purposes, whether that be forestry or agriculture.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think you're going to get some feedback on this as well. Director Morrison?
Yeah, just want to finish the discussion of the forestry, and I understand we've had some really bad examples of what Ms. Wright described as someone coming in and buying a forestry chunk, clearing the land and putting a monster estate in there. I get that. We have a few examples of that, but I want to reiterate the fact that there's an entire lifestyle of folks who will buy a piece of property, will put in a driveway, clear a modest building site, and will engage in forestry and woodlot activities on a very modest basis, maybe construct their own home and you know, put in a portable sawmill and build something from nothing. And that's a whole lifestyle that seems to be, we're almost trying to eliminate that possibility from happening. So I want to make sure that the zoning isn't going to preclude what is a dream for many people these days. And I did want to ask, I noted that somewhere I read that it's a home size in agriculture, which we're seeing some similarities between forestry and agriculture, is a 500 square meter. Is it a building size is 500 square meters, where the maximum similar in forestry is 350 square meters? Is there a reason for that?
Over to you, Ms. Wright.
So, turn myself off. I'm tired of hearing myself. I'm joking. So you're right in terms of, so the ALC does prescribe a maximum of 500 square meters for residents in cases. I won't go in and out because your question's more related to forestry. In forestry, because we are still trying to preserve the land for forestry, we put a maximum footprint. A maximum footprint, I don't know if it's 325 or 350 square meters. However, you could do 3 stories. You could dig out a basement, you could go up, meaning that 325 or 350 is the footprint, is not the maximum square footage of it. And it's simply to try to preserve the land for resource purposes as opposed to kind of having this sprawl. Like for instance, if you think of, my favorite is in Ontario, but now it's here. There's a big mall in, I won't say which one it is. It's by a ferry terminal in the Vancouver region. That is a good definition of sprawl. Instead of going up several stories, it is taken tracts and tracts of land. And it's comparable here in the sense that if you're going to build a 10,000 square foot home, could you not build it over 3 stories as opposed to one ground on one floor? So we're trying to preserve the resource land, the physical land with that. So we're not necessarily trying to limit the house sizes in essence. Like, it's still quite a large square footage you could achieve.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're into the next phase, but I want to take 5 minutes. That'll actually make it to 2:35. So take 8 minutes, grab a refresher, and come back prepared to roll on through. How long will we go? Then when we come back, let's talk that.
Yeah.
again, so for those online, we'll be about 1 more minute. Buffering now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome back to the special EASC meeting on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. And just during the break, I've talked to staff and the parliamentarian, and we have one more section I think important for us to get through is residential. So the staff will take us through that. At that point, we'll finish today's, but we will find a way to move it to our next week's EASC meeting, and we'll get help to how to do that appropriately. So with that, we'll carry on, and when we get to the question section, that's the last we'll be doing today.
Point of clarification, please,
Yep.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, if we do that, we will not be taking a vote on moving this or on first reading.
That's correct. That'll be.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, over to presentation time. Yes.
Okay, so as we said, the last section today will be for residential zones, and this going forward will be the biggest section anyways as the days come. There are 12 residential zones that we'll be going over. A significant part of the CZB process has been consolidating and streamlining more than 100 residential zones found across the electoral areas now. The proposed residential zones have been created to align with OCP land use designations, ensuring that zoning clearly implements the policy direction for growth and housing across the electoral areas. The CZB includes 12 residential zones organized into 3 general categories. So rural residential, which includes larger parcels that are often serve as a transition between agricultural and forestry lands and are more compact development. Residential zones, which provide for moderate density housing, typically outside of, but in proximity to village and more developed areas. And then multi-unit residential, which supports higher density housing in areas associated with village centers and commercial or mixed use activity. So in the following slides, we'll introduce and summarize each of these zone categories. The first category is rural residential zones, which generally provide for single detached dwellings on larger lots, typically in areas outside the ALR and agriculturally designated lands, where residential uses are supported alongside small-scale agricultural activities. So there are 3 OCP land use designations that form the basis of the rural residential zones, which permits detached dwellings and suites and supports small-scale agricultural uses like hobby farms. So the large lot rural OCP designation is intended to preserve natural and rural settings through larger parcels while maintaining surrounding environmental features. Small lot rural designation also supports rural character, but on moderately smaller parcels, typically those that would be considered acreages. And country suburban designation functions as a transition designation, supporting residential development in a more traditional neighborhood pattern while still maintaining a rural or semi-rural character. So the CZB includes 4 rural residential zones to implement the 3 OCP land use designations just mentioned. So the RR1 zone aligns with the large lot rural designation. So it provides for low density rural residential parcels of 4 hectares or greater, while supporting a range of agricultural and forestry uses. These parcels are not expected to be serviced. The RR2 zone aligns with small lot rural designation and permits parcels of 2 hectares or greater and supporting agricultural uses, reflecting a slightly more compact rural form. The RR3 zone aligns with the country suburban designation, allowing for smaller parcels that transition between rural and more suburban or urban areas, and is the only rural residential zone where servicing may be available. Finally, the RC1 zone also aligns with the large lot rural designation. but is more specialized, applying to properties alongside the Cowichan and Cokesila rivers with a focus of maintaining larger parcels and protecting river corridors and natural areas. Some notable elements of the rural residential zones include large minimum parcel sizes, with the smallest subdivision being 0.2 hectares in the RR3 zone, and only where services are available. The RC1 zone has a much larger minimum parcel size. At the end of the day, I can't speak anymore. A minimum parcel size of 20 hectares to support river corridor protection. All 4 zones permit one single detached dwelling along with one suite, either attached or detached. Agricultural uses are permitted across all these zones. Forestry uses are permitted in the RR1 zone, where larger parcels are more suitable for those activities and in accordance with the current permitted uses in the existing zoning bylaws. Parcel coverage provisions are designed to maintain rural character with limits based on a percentage of the parcel area supported by maximum floor area provisions. And finally, the RR3 zone is the only rural residential zone where servicing may be available, reflecting its role as a transition to more compact development. So back to AI, and once again, spoonful of salt here. So the image on the left is intended to show what a typical rural residential parcel might look like, with a single detached dwelling and a detached suite on a larger lot that includes open space or small-scale agricultural use. On the right, the image provides a general sense of how a rural residential area could appear with single detached dwellings on a range of typically larger parcel sizes. So the river corridor RC1 zone is a specialized zone along major rivers intended to protect natural processes. So the subdivision is limited to 20 hectares or larger, and limited agricultural uses are permitted. And please, once again, just because the road in the AI image goes into the river doesn't mean we put it there on purpose. AI would not listen. So the next 5 residential zones introduce a more urban residential form with housing that is typically arranged along neighborhood streets. So 3 OCP land use designations were used to form the basis of the residential zones. So the large lot suburban designation supports single detached dwellings in a suburban setting where homes are typically oriented to and front onto a street. It also allows for opportunities to cluster units into pocket neighborhoods. Parcels in this designation may not always be connected to community water or sewer, but generally have access to private or shared water and septic services. Medium lot suburban designation is similar in character, but supports somewhat higher densities. This designation is intended to accommodate a more efficient suburban form, support a wider range of transportation options, and also includes area where manufactured home parks may be appropriate. Compact lot suburban designation supports a more compact residential form and is the first residential designation that introduces additional ground-oriented housing types like duplexes and townhomes alongside single detached dwellings. The higher densities in this designation are intended to support to be supported by more varied transportation choices and a more complete suburban neighborhood pattern. So this chart shows which residential zones are associated with which OCP designation. Some zones align with more than one designation, reflecting the range of housing forms supported within each. The R1 zone aligns with the large lot suburban designation, supporting lower density single detached dwellings. 3 zones aligned with the medium lot suburban designation. It includes the R2 zone, as well as the R4 and R5 zones, which accommodate manufactured home parks on either strata or leased tenure. The two zones that align with compact lot suburban are the R3 zone, which supports higher density and cluster housing, and the R4 zone again, which is reflecting its ability to accommodate more compact residential forms. This overlap means some zones can be used in more than one OCP designation, allowing them to respond in different contexts while still supporting the intended land use. So key features include minimum parcel size in the R1, R2, and R3 zones, which support a transition to more compact ground-oriented housing forms where servicing is available. Where servicing is not available, larger parcel size, typically around 1 hectare, are maintained. In the R4 and R5 zones, they require a minimum parcel size of 2 hectares to support manufactured home park development. The R1 and R2 zones are limited to single detached dwellings, while the R3 zone allows for a broader range of housing forms, including duplexes and ground-oriented multi-unit housing through a cluster development approach. R4 and R5 zones are primarily intended to accommodate manufactured homes. Suites are permitted accessory to single detached dwellings in the R1, R2, and R3 zones. In terms of density, the R1 and R2 zones are limited to 1 dwelling plus 1 suite per parcel. The R3 zone allows for higher densities up to 30 units per hectare, while development is clustered and a portion of the parcel is protected as open space. The R4 and R5 zones support densities of up to 14 or 15 units per hectare. Finally, servicing is not required in the R1 and R2 zones, but is required for cluster developments in the R3 zone and for manufactured home parks in the R4 and R5 zones. So these AI images illustrate how the R1 and R2 regulations may be applied across different parcel sizes, depending on the zone and availability of servicing. In each case, parcels are permitted 1 single detached dwelling, 1 attached or detached suite, with parcel coverage limited to 30%, leaving the remainder as open or yard space. This image shows an example of a cluster residential development with a mix of higher density ground-oriented housing and at least 50% of the parcel area set aside as protected open space. The R3 zone may also accommodate more traditional neighborhood forms with single detached dwellings on smaller lots. The R4 and R5 zones support manufactured home parks on parcels 2 hectares or greater with full servicing. These developments allow for moderate densities of up to 15 units per hectare and may be organized as either strata or rental or lease arrangements. The R4 zone also permits 1 single detached dwelling within the manufactured home park. And so the final set of residential zones introduces the highest densities, typically in the form of multi-unit residential development. The 2 OCP land use designations inform the multi-unit residential zones. The first is the village residential designation that supports higher density, ground-oriented housing forms near village and urban centers, and development is typically street-oriented with smaller lots and a mix of housing types such as townhomes, and may include limited ground floor commercial uses. The village core designation represents the highest density residential designation focused within village and urban centers. It supports a range of multi-unit housing forms, including townhomes and apartment buildings, often integrated with neighborhood commercial and mixed-use developments and highly walkable serviced areas. So there's 3 multi-unit residential zones that implement these 2 designations. So the RM1 zone aligns with the village residential designation. The RM2 and RM3 zones align with the village core designation. So RM2 supports higher density multi-unit housing within village cores with density of 40 to 60 units per hectare. The RM3 zone accommodates the highest density residential development permitted within the CVRD, with densities ranging from 60 to 100 units per hectare and may include mixed-use buildings with ground floor commercial uses. It is important to note that in the CZB, no parcels have been assigned to the RM3 zone, as there are no existing developments with residential units or residential densities above 60 units per hectare that exist at this time. So key elements of these zones, the range of permitted dwelling types varies by zone. The RM1 zone allows a broader mixed form from single detached and duplex dwellings to multi-unit and mixed-use forms, while RM2 and RM3 focus more on higher density multi-unit development. RM1 and RM2 permit 1 attached suite within a single detached dwelling or duplex dwelling. And that would be 1 attached suite per duplex dwelling unit, so you'd have 2 suites for the duplex. Minimum parcel size is tied to housing form. Smaller service parcels are permitted for single detached and duplex dwellings, while multi-unit housing generally requires a minimum parcel size of 2 hectares or greater, or 0.2 0.2 hectares or greater. Density is guided by both minimum and maximum limits to support more compact, complete communities. Densities range from a minimum of 25 units per hectare in the RM1 zone of up to a maximum of 100 units per hectare in the RM3 zone. Building heights increase with density ranging from about 12 meters or 3 stories in the RM1 zone up to 16 meters or 4 stories in the RM3 zone, which can accommodate ground floor commercial uses. All 3 zones allow for neighborhood commercial uses integrated at grade within mixed-use buildings. So, last few slides here, bear with me. So, another AI-generated image of the RM1 zone. You can see both mixed use or apartment buildings of up to 3 stories in height, as shown, as well as a mix of compact, single, detached, or duplex housing units that is shown in the back. The RM2 zone focuses on more density, with the lowest density form being a duplex with an attached suite, and options of both residential-only multi-unit dwellings or mixed-use buildings. So mixed-use building would be ground floor commercial with residential above. And the RM3 zone includes the highest density housing, either as mixed-use buildings or multi-use apartment buildings or developments of up to 4 stories in height. These densest areas are intended within village and urban centers with the best access to transit and local services within walking distance. As previously indicated, the RM3 zone was created due to the OCP land use designation for village core, but there are no parcels of land within the CVRD's electoral areas that have received this zoning because none have density over 60 units per hectare. Any questions?
Thank you. Looking around, Director Segal.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there's any thoughts around pre-zoning for that RM3 in communities that are appropriate for that.
The RM2 zone was applied based on current, what was currently built on the land, meaning you could pre-zone on that land for it. However, the village core is wherever village core was. So we could pre-zone on land that has already been developed to permit more. We could. We didn't because we were just kind of looking at what was already there, and the likelihood of someone redeveloping a building that was built in the last 20 years is not high. It wouldn't be probably in the best financial interest. However, it could be done.
Thank you. Follow up. That's interesting. So what you're saying is there aren't really any undeveloped parcels within the growth containment boundaries that would be appropriate for RM3. Like they just don't exist. They're already developed, but to a lower density.
I would have to look at the mapping. I'm not saying that. I'm saying where the land use designation of village core has been applied, we applied the zoning based on what currently exists, not a larger not anticipating more density being added. Usually, in these cases, the buildings have been, already meet setbacks and stuff. So where is density going to go? And also keeping in mind parking regulations that would increase with the number of units and things like that. It would be very costly to do that.
And Mr. Tippett. Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I didn't turn myself off this time. Yeah, just to add to what Lauren was saying to help maybe answer Director Segal's question, it is a bit of an age-old dilemma. Like if you have vacant land and use pre-zone it for some use that you would like to see there, the chance of that happening is fairly high. In a community like Mill Bay, as we can see from the current application that's kind of going through the process right now to put a larger building in, selecting a site in an existing neighborhood that ostensibly under the plan could be developed to a higher density is difficult, even where the owner wants to do it. And if we were to proactively apply this to a block of Mill Bay, for example, where we thought just on our own that it would be a great idea, we would essentially be making the the owners of those properties lawful non-conforming, so they would no longer be entitled to put additions on their home and that sort of thing. And so it's one of these chicken and egg things. I think the way the OCP would work together with the zoning here is if someone does come in with a rezoning for a higher density, they've maybe assembled some land or they have a larger parcel, we go through a rezoning process. This RM3 zone, I think, provides a fairly wide range of potential densities, and they would have to be sorted out at the stage where you're going through a rezoning. So if it had been, as I said earlier, kind of a greenfield site, scenario, it's easier to pre-zone in that circumstance.
And a follow-up,
Yeah, I guess I'm just, thinking because that Handy Road application is much more than what we just saw. And also that site would have been a perfect opportunity, had we not just gone through an application, perfect opportunity to pre-zone to allow for development where it really makes sense. And just wondering, I'm not familiar with all the other communities, but where that densification would make sense. Could be useful.
So just to comment on that, the communities essentially already had that discussion through the OCP process. So the entire point was to, have the conversation about where we want to grow. And so the OCP land use designations were applied or, considered that community input. And so the zoning is really just responding to the designation. So the conversation about where density should be is actually an OCP conversation as opposed to the zone specific conversation. Maybe not in terms of quite the RM2 and the RM3 because it's under the same designation. However, in the bigger scheme of things of where density should go is through OCP policy direction.
Thank you. Director Segal, did you have another one or?
On this topic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I was happy to wait, but so then I totally agree. I get that, but so why do we have RM3 if there are no parcels for it? If we've already collected all the data from the public about what the OCP designations should be, why do we have the RM3?
So RM3, through the chair, was created because the zoning bylaw has to implement the OCP. So we legally have to be showing that we have the ability to implement it. So that's what we're doing with that zone. We are showing that so the RM2 density range based on the village core designation. So bear with me while I find that. I believe village core ranges. So the density prescribed in village core is between 40 to 100 units per hectare. So making one zone that allows that is a lot. That range is ginormous. So which is why we have RM2 and RM3. RM2 was 40 to 60 units, and then RM3 was 60 to 100. So we were just kind of dividing it that way. So we're responding legally, essentially, to the OCP.
Thank you for that. Director Morrison.
Thank you. So I don't want to get into a speculative discussion, but I did want to ask, because zoning is, ultimately the regulatory part is, so if an individual were to come in downstairs and want to put forth a project that was not anticipated by the official community plan and didn't fit into a category here, is the process to one of creating the ability for that to happen, or is it one of we don't have the capacity for that, so we decline? So do we have the ability to, if someone comes in with something that no one ever thought of, but it would be something that the board would want to pursue, do we have the capacity within the CZB and the MOCP to be able to consider it?
Through the chair, absolutely. That's essentially what our role is. One, we can't legally say no to any application that is submitted. We have to process them all accordingly, meaning they would all, if complete and we get to that point where, the applicant doesn't withdraw from the process, we would bring them forward to EASC and then board consideration. A good example that a zoning bylaw or OCP would never have anticipated was the Malahat Skywalk. And that was a CD zone created to conform to or to permit a use that nobody would have ever had the vision to foresee.
Director Morrison? Okay. All right. Seeing no one online has hands up, no more questions. We have a way to move this and end today and carry it on another day. So maybe I'll turn to...
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
Who are you? Who are you again? Oh, the vice chair.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I have no jokes today. I'm struggling over here. Just curious about those applications. Just following up kind of to Director Morrison's question, those applications that come in, like, I'm going to assume that there's sort of like a process where, like, how many people come in with an idea, but then ultimately just through suggestions from staff don't end up making it to the board table or to the committee? Like, is there any sort of, can you speak to that at all? Like, is there, I don't know if I've asked my question very well, but I'm assuming not every single person that comes in with an idea ends up making it to the committee.
Well, it's a pretty general question, so maybe a general answer.
So through the chair, I don't have percentages or numbers. There are people that call or come in with ideas that when we walk them through the process, and as not a reminder, but when we walk them through that we are a regional district and we don't own our roads and we don't, for the most part, have pipes in the ground for sewer and water in many areas, and we kind of explain to them the provincial requirements around that. Usually that, as opposed to our zoning or OCP, is what deters them from applying, especially with the water licensing issues in some areas and stuff like that. It is generally not like our zoning bylaws, and that's kind of where site-specific tables are now brought in, and CD zones have been created based off of existing zones. The CD zone portion is a great example of how we've accommodated throughout the years just, one-off meditation retreats and our eco village, which hasn't been replicated since, but doesn't mean it can't be.
Do you have a follow-up for that?
No, that's great.
Okay. All right. So seeing no other speakers, I'll turn to Ms. Boyd to help us navigate the details.
Thank you. As I understand, we are not complete on the presentation, and we would like to continue this after the EASC of April 1st. So we have constructed a resolution that when this special EASC meeting adjourns, it reconvenes to April 1st, 2026, after the regular Electoral Area Services Committee meeting. That consideration of item 5.1, comprehensive zoning bylaw recommendation, be postponed to that adjourned April 1st, 2026 special EASC meeting, and that the special EASC meeting of today, March 26th, adjourn.
Said, so the resolution said at the end of the regular EASC meeting, I just want to make sure that it's regular, and if there was closed, that that's all.
Just to clarify, this is a special EASC, and we're just going to take a break from it and we're going to start it up again. So it will be another special EASC meeting after the regular portion of the meeting, regular EASC.
After adjournment,
they're two separate meetings right now.
Of the regular meeting, and that would include a closed portion. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you, Chair. At the very beginning of this meeting, we talked about communicating with people that have been reaching out to us, and you said at the end of the meeting there'd be some clarification on what to do next.
Right, and so while I take that up, do you want to thank staff
Yes, I have been silent through most of this meeting because there's been a lot to absorb, and I apologize as I learn the craft of rezoning. But thank you to staff, to Lauren, to Ms. Wright, to Mrs. Suderman, to Mr. Tippett. Fantastic work. It has been quite a journey today, learning it was overwhelming for some of us, maybe not for my colleagues around the table, but I'm tickled that this is going to be recessed for a couple of weeks, or so that we can 1 week, so that we can pick up and delve in. And there has been an abundance of correspondence coming in, so we know that our communities and our residents have a lot of questions. So this gives us a little bit of time to take stock, and kudos to a lot of work and well explained. You must be exhausted, Ms. Wright. You've stood there for close to 8 hours, so thank you so much.
Thank you for that very much. Director Morrison? Just a quick question, then we'll...
Yeah, just for some clarification, given the keen interest of the community, will the record of today's meeting, because it's not complete, will it be made available for people to view if they're so inclined?
To our corporate officer.
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Morrison. This meeting is being recorded. It will stop, and it will be available on our website through that public portal of eScribe to catch up, I guess, those that are not here. Good. And then again, we'll reconvene that video commencing at the special ESC on April 1st.
Good. Thank you.
And I know we have a motion on the table. And Director Abbott did remind us, so maybe I can just turn to Director Segal. Are you going to take us through the communications piece? Yeah. Yes, thank you. So I don't know if we need to just table the motion for a minute or two. We're okay? Okay, we're okay. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the communications mentioned. Yes, we're receiving a number of emails, and if the Legislative Services is not already included on that, I encourage all of us to please share with Legislative Services. We then will package this up in our board information package, and then any of us, if we would like those to be added to the future either EASC agenda or board agenda, any of us elected officials individually can ask for that. Is there anything more to add about correspondence? I think I'll pass. Yeah, you're the expert, Ms. Boyd. She wrote policy.
No, not the expert. Maybe the encyclopedia. We're going on that theme today. With that, because we are unsure at this time if there will be a public hearing or not, we will also ensure that any correspondence received to date will be going to the package for if in case that public hearing is there.
Right. And maybe I can just, Ms. Suderman, and then I have one suggestion as well. Ms. Suderman. Oh, did you? Sorry, I did it again. Sorry. Oh. I did it. Oh my God.
And I have our hands up there, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I'll see you online too in a second. Did you want to speak?
Do I push the button now?
Push the button now. Now, don't touch anything. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My primary concern is that I'm hearing that you all are receiving a lot of correspondence about the CZB, which is not getting to the staff that are responsible for making the changes. So I'm just wondering how the process has been outlined is going to make sure that that feedback gets to us as well. Thank you.
Very good. And I'm going to have a suggestion in a second, but I would just go to Director Acton and then Wilson. Director Acton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm requesting that the committee pick a different date than next week. It's spring break. I will be on a plane, and that's kind of short notice. So I'm hoping that maybe we could do it the following week or 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, thanks, Director Acton. No, this needs to be moved forward. I think there's a sort of a mid or third week of April sort of deadline to keep this moving. And my kids go, their spring break ends, must be different for colleges perhaps for you. My apologies, but
yeah, we can't accommodate that. It is tied to the next EASC day anyways, so yeah. Director Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The presentation so far that's been given by Lauren and Bev is very, very good, and it's more a condensation of the full document. So, is this available somewhere online so that we can get a copy of it?
The presentation?
Yeah.
I'll see what they can set up for that. I'm just looking at them. I'm getting some nods. Yeah. Perhaps they can just...
If you could, please, and let us know where it resides, so we don't have to search for it.
Plan your Cowichan?
It could reside on Plan Your Cowichan. My question to you, though, would be, would you like the entire presentation, including the part that has not been yet presented, put up there, or would we just be putting up there the portion that you saw today?
I would prefer to see the whole thing, because that gives us time again to prepare for what's coming at us. Considering what's come at us today.
So, right. So the presentation is just like today. It is a summary of the zoning bylaw that is already publicly available. So it's not new information. I will remove the slides that have to do with timeline and things that aren't publicly available through the report. But anything zoning related, we can put up there.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. And Director Abbott?
Thanks again, Chair. And given Ms. Suderman's comments, I had planned on replying to people who wrote to me individually and did not include legislative services in the address. I was going to forward it to Ledge, but is Ms. Suderman asking that we send it to another address as well?
To zoning@cvrd.bc.ca. So, and just to avoid duplication, if it's sent out to the entire EAD, but not to any legislative services, and or not to zoning, I will take it upon myself as chair to forward those to the appropriate one. So just if it's only to yourself or to a small group of you, then whoever's addressed to should take it on.
Thank you.
But if it's EAD altogether, I will take that on. So that may help. Anything further, Director Segal, or does that cover it? Okay.
I have one more.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Director Acton, finish up. Oh, no, sorry. Director Segal is live. Then you. Okay, sorry. I'm losing it.
Just, because our correspondence policy, make sure that we share with Ledge Services. Like, I'm wondering if staff can make sure that it's shared with the other appropriate staff. Just as an elected official that, gets too many emails, I may forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So anything coming through to Ledge Services will be forwarded on to zoning at cvrd.bc.ca. As well, we will do our best to compile and put in the board info package. Does that sound good? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do believe we have a motion on the floor. Any other further comments? Director Acton?
Just one on communication. It would be really great if Ms. Wright could also include a link to this meeting, because sometimes they are hard to find on the YouTube. And I think there was a lot of good information here today, because we brought up a lot of questions that the community is asking. So those got specifically answered instead of just the presentation that's up there. Would be great.
I'm not sure. I'm just looking for Ms. Wright.
I think it would educate people really well.
Okay, can you summarize what you heard? So thank you, here she comes. Thank you.
My summary through the chair is that Director Acton is requesting that on the CZB webpage, we also put a link to this agenda item, which includes the YouTube video as well, which we can do.
All right, okay. Did that capture it, Director Acton? Okay, thank you. With that, thank you very much for your patience and for putting in a long day, and to staff as well. It's I think Director Abbott is very eloquent in his words. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries, and that's it. Yep. All right. We'll see you all at the public hearing. Oh, yeah, we have, sorry. Yeah. Yes, we do. Come, yes. But give me a second. Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Well, technically the meeting's not over.
Technically it's not over till
Next week?
Yeah, so the meeting's not over till next week, but you've been sitting here all day because we've actually moved it to next, right? But if you have a question, I may be able to answer it by next week, or maybe not. So
Thank you very much.
State your name and from where.
Joyce Benson, Drinkwater Road and Cowichan Bay Property Farm. An amazing meeting. Thank you all. Very well done. I just want to say, as we've just heard from Director Acton as well, that the input from the public today and the community and the discussion around the table with yourselves has been very informative, and what that proves to me, and so this is leading to a question,
Thank you.
that public input and ideas are in fact very, very valuable. So, and then I also did hear that if people are coming forward with ideas and innovative ideas, that they can be received and heard here by staff, and that pretty much was going to be the direction that my question takes, is how well received is the innovative technologies for food production, energy technologies, innovation on properties, not just as a business, but as an inspiration for community. I'm just saying that. I think I've heard the answer may be that it can be received, but I'm wondering who best to present innovative technologies with food production, such as aquaculture and foods and innovative technologies. Who best to present that to? Would it be the planning department? Or or the board?
Yeah, well, I think your best, the best, I think, in my opinion, the first step is through the planning department, because I think, as indicated before, there are a lot of things that people don't know about regional districts. And so first of all, understanding that framework,
yes,
and whether that innovation fits within that framework might save a lot of wasted energy and time for people. So I think planning department first.
Okay, and then, thank you. And one other really quick question to do with the zoning and manufactured home parks. I really feel there's a huge need for that. I brought that up at the OCP meetings various times, that we do, and I saw R4 and R5 are designated as manufactured home parks. I'm not just sure how many or where and how the public knows that to actually build them, because we've had, just as an example, a manufactured home park, mobile home park on Gibbons Road for decades and decades. It's an affordable, practical way for people to live. And I'm just going to say the times we're in right now, if I may, that, and I heard it earlier in the meeting, what about trailers and RVs? So there's mobile home parks, and then there could be, the word was campgrounds, but places where people can live and stay safe and then I heard about the whole fire situation risk. So what I'm thinking and proposing is, would it be within that zoning R4, no, that's not that zoning. Would there be some zoning available whereby people with their motorhomes and RVs and camper trailers and whatever they're trying to survive in these days could have locations set up that are serviced with water, septic, power, on-site full-time management around the clock, and that they don't have to only live there for a couple of months? And could that be an entity that might be proposed as a solution to our homeless situation, which I've been helping with here in the Valley for 5 years? Just saying, I see that as a possible model, right, and where and how that would fit into the zoning, and where it could be done very well. People could get their lives back and be able to survive. Thank you.
I'm not going to answer that one right now, but it might be something that I can get staff to help me answer at the end of this meeting.
That would be
when we finally get to the end of it.
I see it. I'm very solution-oriented, and I think that could work really well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. You've been amazing. What a great process.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for delaying the answer.
Okay. All right, we're done.
Does anybody want a little quick tutorial on the online mapping for you? Sure. Because, well, we could
throw it up on the screen.
Can we run it through the screen? I